Are you logged into that server? Justin? Are you? Audio, video, everything?
Ready?
Which one is this? Which one is this? Which one do I click on for my stuff?
Oh,
He was in the easier.
just that.
What?
Go to office. This guy
Good morning.
Good morning.
Made it? Bright-eyed.
Finally.
bushy-tailed.
Sign in
That
later.
looked fine.
Have to go take care of your mother?
No.
Oh.
My keys to my car and my wife's car.
Oh, no.
Cars. Well, and really the easiest option was my motorcycle, so I threw
Did you
on.
bring them on?
And then I almost on the North Interchange and realized that I'd gone 132 miles and hadn't filled up, so I had to whip into Maverick. I might have been on a Summit.
Wow. Okay, you guys ready to go? Should we go? Good morning, everyone. We're ready to start Iron County Commission meeting, Monday, the 11th day of July, 2022. And we will get started this morning with David Burton will say our pledge, and he'll do our prayer too. That's the way they do it in Parowan, so that we're going to try that this time.
We always try to lead. Okay. Our Heavenly Father, we are indeed grateful for the opportunity which we have to assemble here together in these favorable circumstances. We're grateful for this great county. We're grateful for the blessings that we have as being residents of this county, and we're grateful for the leadership and those that are taking time and sacrifice of their time to lead and do those things that will help us as citizens. We are grateful for the freedoms we enjoy in this country and pray for thy continual blessings upon this country, that we will be able to be worthy of the blessings that thou would give to us and the guide and direct us. And we pray for thy blessings to be upon our leaders, that they will be guided and directed and they will follow the inspiration given by thee. We pray for thy Spirit to be here in this meeting, that thou will bless all that is conducted here will be in accordance with thy will and be in the best interest of this county, and that we will listen to the guidance and direction, and that there will be civility and there will be exchange of ideas in a proper manner that will be productive, and that will be able to bring forth the best results for this county as a whole. We ask a special blessing this time as we are in need of moisture in this area, that thou will bless us with the moisture that we need, and that we will be found worthy of this blessing, and that we can be sustained in our needs here and all that we do. And we recognize thee and the blessings thou bestows upon us each and every day, and ask for these blessings in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen. Would you please stand and follow me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, David. That was nice. We appreciate that. Let's get some approval on minutes for 6/14/2022. Could I have a motion?
I'd move for approval of the minutes from June 14th, 2022.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, I will go forward. I'll hand that back over. Could we have a motion for approval of claims?
I'll move to approve the claims for payment from June 28th to June 10th, 2022.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. We will go to departmental reports. Do we have Joyce? No, we got Susan here. She's going to do that today. This is our new fair director. Come on up. Susan Blackner.
Yes.
And you don't know.
I'm excited to be here. Joyce is out for the next few weeks, taking a trip that got put off 2 years ago, actually. So before she left...
Will you pull that mic up just a little?
There we go.
There you go.
Before she left, her and I visited about a lot of the things that are going on with us at the fair. And if anybody were to drive by, you can see a lot is going on at the fair, actually. Those new bleachers, that new parking lot, new fence, just so much going on. It looks great. It really does. So we're kind of excited about all of it. We're curious to see how this will all go down, I guess, for this year, just because here we are coming into our fair season. So we're out there advertising, we're talking, we're trying to see what's going to get us the most to get the word out there as to what we're doing. Something new for you folks here is that concert. So we're excited about that as well. We're excited to see just where this all ends up and stuff. And with the way gas prices are, we're kind of thinking, people are probably going to stick around a little bit. So we think we're going to have a little bit more of a crowd and that too as well. So as I say that, I'll just add a few words that Joyce texted me. Of course, our sponsorships are the same. Some things are in kind, in the trade there. I'm working a deal right now with Codell. He came in Friday, and we talked about it, and I says, we've got to figure out another way to get this. He did. He just called me about 10 minutes ago, so we've got a new bid on lighting and stuff, and it's going to be half the price.
Wow.
So we're really excited about that.
That's awesome.
Is that for the parking lot?
For the parking lot.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, and for the back area.
We
there
thought
that
we
we're
would
in.
only be able to do a few of the lights
Maybe,
because
yeah,
they're
a
quite
portion,
expensive,
yeah.
but
Yeah.
if
But
they're going to work with us like
yes,
that, that's fabulous.
yeah, he's really trying to figure out a way for us, so we're excited about that. Everything that we see that's going on, we're excited about. So I'm looking to see if there's anything. Oh, we do have one question for you. With the new bleachers and stuff, we went up there, and I was glad to see that we were numbering them because, I think reserve seating is good because people test good. Whoa.
Sweet reverb.
Boy, did you guys know I had that kind of a presence here?
Right.
One of the things we've been trying to figure out is the pricing of our tickets. We always want to try and think of the people as well and try and give back. And so we are going to stay with our $12 general admission. But we have some good seating there. And so, of course, we need to look at that pricing as well. So we're thinking 12, of course, general admission, 15, maybe 20, or maybe we just go 18 across the board. So keep that in mind. Get back with us, see what you think, because we are getting ready to gear up and launch that as well. So if you've got some ideas or things you'd like to share with us as far as pricing, we'd appreciate it.
What was the reserve seating last year? Wasn't it 20?
It was,
Yeah.
yeah.
So I
So we're-
didn't think that was
We thought,
line.
there's some, of course, there's, again, 12, that's a give, but
Mhm.
we thought 15 in some areas, but 20 for sure in other areas. Then we wondered, should we do 18 across the board and just leave it at that? But I don't know.
We can talk about it. I
Yeah.
guess.
Let us know your thoughts. Like I said, we're getting ready to put that out there.
People
Thank
are
you.
always willing to pay more for reserved seating, aren't they?
Yes,
Yeah, I
They
think
are.
so too.
they are. And then certain events is a bigger
Mhm.
draw.
Especially, yeah.
Yeah. So, anyways, Any
Susan,
questions?
could you email us the schedule of events
We will.
and the time so we can put it in our
Happy to
calendar?
do that.
That'd be awesome. Thanks.
Yep. Yeah. Any other questions?
Don't think
Okay.
so.
Thank you.
Thanks, Susan.
Oh,
Thank
thank
you.
you very much.
Okay. Ryan.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Commissioners,
Morning.
and congratulations to the re-elected. And I would like to say I'm looking forward to continuing to work with you guys. It's been a real pleasure. So, a quick fire update. Some points of interest, just that you can kind of look at as I go through. Of course, I'm a little bit afraid to bring up the F word, but I'm going to do it anyways. The flooding last year was, that was a huge event throughout Iron County. There was problems, I think, everywhere. To note, though, that during that flooding, we were still responding to 3 to 5 fires a day, most of which were lightning caused. So we were still taking care of fires, but wherever we could, we were helping with that flooding as well. And I know your expectations of us is to suppress fires, wildfires specifically, but it doesn't mean that's the only thing that we do. So we were involved with the flooding quite extensively. Actually, we helped at many different levels. We were actually the closest resources. We were actually on a fire when the train derailed out to Lund, and so we were one of the first resources to respond that way, and helped at various levels throughout that incident, as well as when I-15, when the floodwaters went over I-15 and was washing vehicles off the road. With our higher vehicles, we were able to get around a little bit better than some of the Sheriff's Department vehicles. And I won't name names, but I assisted pulling a couple of those guys out of the median that day. It happens. So we were involved in that and appreciated the support that the county gave us to continue to support the recovery and what needed to be done with that event. Going into some of the things that I typically give updates on are fuels reduction and management over the last year, and I'll be kind of speaking from July last year to July this year, that time period between these updates. We completed 10 acres of cut burn on county property in Cedar Highlands. That's those 2 lots that the county acquired from Cedar Highlands. We've been working for a few years now trying to do something with that to try and create a barrier in there. We were able to complete that. We've got some ongoing cutting and burning that we'll be doing in that area. Some ongoing shaded fuel breaks throughout the county, continued coordination with fall mowing. We're doing a fall and a spring mowing with UDOT, which looks really nice, but we've seen a huge decrease in our fires along the highways and freeways with that mowing. And when we do have a fire, it's usually very small. We can usually handle it with 1 engine. In some cases, not even that. Go out there and literally put it out with 5 gallons of water. So we're seeing a lot of great things coming out of that. Additionally, we've assisted the county road with mowing along the county right-of-ways. We recognize the fire danger with mowing, and so we've actually been chasing the mower with an engine when the conditions are dry like they have been. So, and we're going to continue to assist them with that where we can. We got a late start just trying to get people hired this year, and then it dried out real quick. But now that we've got people on staff, we're continuing with helping out with that. So we completed prescribed fire for private property owners throughout Iron County. There's just some that they can't do on their own. They're too large, too complex, whatever it may be. But we completed 282 acres of treatments in pile burns throughout the county. We coordinated a 1,700 acre burn on BLM administered lands below Cedar Highlands. Because of the close proximity to Cedar City and Cedar Highlands, the coordination in that with the BLM was crucial to make sure we did that, especially on the right day where we didn't disrupt the 911 center, as well as the potential for escape, that sort of thing. So pretty complex coordination there. We're continuing working on shaded fuel breaks in Red Canyon and Cedar Highlands. We've got ongoing state money that we've applied to those areas where we're continuing those treatments and trying to put fuel breaks around communities where we can. And we do coordinate those with the federal agencies that are closest so that those fuel breaks bleed or blend into other land management agencies. So ideally, when you're driving down the road or flying over Iron County, we don't like to see solid lines if we can avoid it, so that it maintains the aesthetics. Burn permits, October 1st to November 15th last year, we issued 66 burn permits as conditions with the rain, and that improved our ability to open that up and get people taken care of. There was 66 permits with over 600 acres burned on by private landowners. November 15th to December 31st, which is a statutory closure by air quality, but I still work with air quality during those periods when people have needs for permits to make sure they're getting taken care of. We didn't have a lot of requests, but we did have 8, which equated over to about 200 acres of burned, and most of that was large agricultural burns, and then some treatments from logging and logging operations on the mountain. From June 1st to March 1st, we only had 3 burn permit requests. Again, working with air quality, but that still allowed for 40 acres to be burned on private land. And then March 1st to May 15th this spring, obviously we had great conditions this year, and we issued 294 of those burn permits with nearly 1,000 acres burned on private lands. So the burn permit program is being utilized. It's no cost to the individuals. We've made it as simple as possible, and we're still getting a lot of work done. Going to the condition-based program was much better than the 1-month calendar-based program that we had before, and our escape fires have diminished dramatically. They were traditionally our #1 human-caused fires in the county, and that's
Not good.
yeah, that's a terrible record to have, but that has diminished dramatically, and people are still able to get their burning done. We're just doing it on the right day versus the calendar days. So a lot of successes there in fuels reduction and management. Any questions so far? Fire prevention education. We got, how do I put this? We were a little bit outside of the box, and we ordered a plotter that actually prints on the vinyl for the road department, so they can make any type of sign that needs to be made. And we used participation commitment prevention funds to purchase that printer. I believe it was right around $40,000. And part of that was to initiate a fire prevention program, which we did, and we've started putting signs up throughout the county, and that's another duty for that sign person. So we didn't want to just overload them with prevention signs. So we've just kind of incrementally stepped into that based off of areas where we're having problems. And we're continuing to do that. We're continuing to place signs in those areas. I don't want it to become a Christmas tree farm of prevention signs. So we're being pretty selective on areas where we have problems and or where the potential for problems exists. That's a great partnership. We're seeing some great product come out of that. The sign shop has been awesome to work with. They've from day one they've been amazing. So we're going to continue with that, continuing to hit those strategic areas and placements. And what we're doing primarily is permanent signs that when we're in fire restrictions, they say fire restrictions in effect, and when we're not, they actually flip down and burn permit required for outdoor burning, so people are aware that they need a permit and the process for that. So, and then additionally, we have some seasonal signs that we put out when we're in restrictions that we remove after we take the restrictions off. So, great success there. Another success working with the clerk's office is when the county sends out utility billings for the landfill, that sort of thing. We're actually paying for that out of PC prevention funds and adding a fire prevention message to the back of that. I think we're the only county in the state that's doing that. We've been doing it for a few years and has worked really good, and it's really helped us get that message out and save the landfill a little bit of money in the county.
We've been grateful. It's been a real symbiotic thing.
Yeah.
You know, that sign thing's another good example. The county has benefited greatly from being able to do custom signs at will.
Yeah.
You know, and they just buy blanks. And
Yeah.
so, and that's been, 6 or 7 years, I think, since.
Yeah, about 6 years. I get requests constantly from the state and federal agencies wanting us to make signs for them. And we just don't have the staffing to do more, but it actually has brought funding back into Iron County, if you can believe that.
Yeah.
So it's been a great tool. So just working with the agencies within the county to provide the service to the citizens as best we can, and not duplicate efforts where we can avoid it. So we've worked with this Utah Summer Games the last few years to have a fire prevention message put on the mega screen. I think that's another success. Prevention's hard to measure, but we're seeing a reduction in human-caused fires, so I'm going to call it a win. We partner with Iron County School District, Cedar City Fire Department in the Life Safety Week, and we provide a wildfire prevention message to all the second graders countywide. That's been an ongoing program. I think we started that program, well, I was still on the fire department with Cedar City, so that would have been the late 90s. So that's been a long-standing prevention program, and we've seen a dramatic decrease in fires started by juveniles. So we continue to put efforts into that, working with the county IT group on public media points, website, social media, news releases, radio ads, that sort of thing when we're in restrictions, and trying to get the word out with wildfire prevention. So the last couple of years, strategically, we've placed 7 electronic message boards, the large boards that you can get from like Utah Barricade, those type of things, at strategic areas to help people that are coming to visit our area of the fire danger and fire restrictions. I think that's been successful for us, and hope to continue that. It would be nice if we had a few more within the county, but budgets are budgets. So we'll continue to do what we can with those message boards where we can. So any questions on prevention? Training, we were really busy this year with training. We completed 2 basic wildfire classes with about 23 attendees, 5 wildfire refresher courses with 147 attendees, a wildfire power saw course, which is basically operating chainsaws for wildfire. We had about 12 attendees, fire operations in the urban interface with 15 attendees, and a basic air operations course with about 10 attendees. All of those courses are delivered to the fire departments free of charge. We had additional courses outside of Iron County that were offered that many of the departments took advantage of. So we're continuing that ongoing training for wildfire with the county fire departments. So budget update, I just looked at my budget yesterday, and we're 80% remaining. That does include the TRACCO, which is here. We're just waiting for Wheeler Machinery to get it set up. So, but looking at the numbers, we're on track there. Participation commitment, we have 92% remaining, and again, we're on track with that. Usually after July 1, we start seeing the invoices from the state for some of the participation commitment obligations that we have. So, budgets, I think we're looking really good. Grant update, the FEMA Assistance Firefighter grant, that was for a tender engine requested for Borough Fire Department. Has not been denied. We anticipate hearing something by the end of September, so we're still waiting on that. The CDBG grant for Newcastle Fire Department for a fire engine, we hadn't spent down all of the station, just contracting and different things for the station, so they put us off a year on that one. So we were denied on that one, but they're optimistic that once we reapply after the first of the year, we'll be able to get that engine for Newcastle. So, and Paul's been involved with that, and super appreciate all the work that you've done there. So, so we'll reapply in December and move forward with that. a couple others. The Gary Sinise Foundation, we were denied for extrication and rescue equipment. I'm not exactly sure why. It's kind of a revolving door grant, and I think it's because it's the only time or the first time we've applied. So we'll continue the application process, and they're usually pretty good, but based off of what I'm hearing, you have to apply a few different times. So we'll continue with that and reapply in the fall. Firehouse subs, we were denied. It turns out the sheriff's office received some funding from Firehouse subs, which took us out of the running. So going into the future,
they got it for Iron County.
Yeah, we'll coordinate that a little bit more going into the future and see what we can do there. We were successful with the Utah Firefighter License Plate Grant, and that was a benefit to both Newcastle and Burrell Fire Department with some thermal imaging cameras. And we were successful with the Utah Assistance to Firefighter Grant, which is just short of $20,000, and we were successful with it. I just got the paperwork, so I'll be coming to the commission. I was hoping to get it on the agenda this time, but I just didn't have the time to get it in, so we'll put it on the agenda for the next commission meeting for approval. So we're moving forward with grants, and the ones that we got, we've spent, and the ones that we haven't heard from, we're waiting, and the ones that were denied, we'll reapply. So lots going on there. Equipment, all of those excess vehicles that we had out to Burrell and Newcastle, all but 3 of them have been sold through the public auction through the county, so that's cleaned up and closed out. We were able to get Burrell a recycled sheriff's office pickup to replace an old Explorer that they had that was next to dead. Newcastle was able to purchase their extrication equipment that they requested off of budget. We were going to try and get a grant to cover that. We were unsuccessful, but they were able to get that equipment, and so that's moving forward. The CDBG for their engine, hopefully we'll be successful with that the next year, and they're just anxiously awaiting the completion of their fire station. So again, thanks to the commissioners and Paul, especially with the work that he did with CDBG to get that pushed through. So that'll be a great asset to the West Desert. Cedar City Fire Department has ordered a tender engine. They plan to take delivery of that late in 2023, and they're looking at funding options for an additional station in Cedar City and building a station in Phoenix. So they're expanding their operation, which is much needed. Parowan Fire Department, we were able to get them an excess federal engine. It's an excess BLM engine. We were able to work through a program to get that free of charge. BLM's waiting for the replacement engine to come in, and as soon as they get the replacement engine, then Parowan will get the existing engine. So that's a program we've worked with. Several fire departments have been able to pick up some equipment, and we'll just continue to work on replacing some of this old stuff we have. I'll use another word, but I'll use stuff today. Airville's working to start a building, a new fire station building, and they're looking to acquire a newer truck that they can use as a rescue truck for kind of the south end of Iron County. I've got some ideas there that I'm working through in the background to see if we can find them a good chassis that will work for them in that rescue truck. Brian Head has ordered a new water tender. They should have it in service by next summer. We took delivery of an excess heavy engine here in Iron County. We have it staffed, so we were able to hire a full-time engine captain. So that position will be on year-round in addition to Lucas, and we also hired 2 seasonal firefighters. So that's in service and operational. It's been a great asset to the county, and they've been helping with a lot of different things: mowing, fuels mitigation, prevention education training. The engine captain for that will be one of the guys that'll primarily be working on the track co once we get it this winter and fall in doing fuels mitigation. So let's see. Personnel, unfortunately, we continue to see a sharp decline in volunteers countywide. All the fire departments are struggling with that. Burrell was able to recruit a few new folks out there. Newcastle, just nobody is interested. And I think a lot of that is just the dynamics of of the population out there. So that's something that we're going to have to just keep working towards, and maybe some long-term strategic planning into some additional staffing, especially during the day in some of those areas when those guys are at work or out of the areas. So we'll continue to work with the commission going forward on what some solutions to that may be. Let's see, I talked about the engine captain. We did adopt Lexipol as the policy and procedure provider for Iron County Fire for those fire departments in the West Desert, so they've got some policy and procedure to follow. Continue to work with HR on that and getting that implemented so those folks are following some sort of a policy and procedure when they're out on incidents. Lucas Twitchell. Most of you know Luke. I think all of you know Luke. He's worked for me for several years now. He's a great asset to Iron County. He brings a lot of experience. Luke started his fire career in the BLM and worked several years with the Color Country BLM out of Cedar City. He took a little stint away from fire for a few years and then came back. He's currently a volunteer for Cedar City Fire Department, as well as serving as my assistant fire warden for the past, 5 years? 5 years. So he has graciously accepted a career mobility behind me. So Lucas will be the interim Iron County Fire Warden until January, we think. That date hasn't been set. And I have accepted a career mobility as the State Fire Management Officer for the Southwest area, backfilling Mike Melton. I'll continue to work with Luke and make sure that he's got everything he needs to be successful and make Iron County's fire program successful. And Mike has accepted a career mobility position as the State Aviation Officer for the Division of Forestry. So he's managing all the aircraft in the air for the state. So
I'm sure he's thrilled.
it's a great move for him. He's a great candidate for that. I don't know anybody that knows aviation, especially fire aviation, better than Mike. So it's a big step for me to step into his boots, but he's mentored me well, and I look forward to picking it up and moving the program forward. So some changes there. It won't disrupt the service in Iron County at all. I'll continue to work with Luke, and I haven't died yet. I'm still here. So some of these things that he's concerned about, he doesn't need to concern. I'll be there to walk him through the process. So as far as fire, which is what you guys expect of us, since July 11th, 2021, we've responded to 81 wildfires that have burned 97.26 acres in Iron County. Total suppression costs for those fires currently estimated at $279,000. Those costs are borne on the state and the state and the federal agencies for suppression. Remember, Iron County is part of the suppression participation commitment, and so none of those dollars are going to be reflected in any budget increases or anything like that because we are covered. So those numbers are down, which is good. That's a reduction in wildfires in Iron County. Our number one cause of fire continues to be lightning, which is a good thing. Other parts of the nation can't say the same. And it's really hard to mitigate those lightning strikes. So it's something that we're always going to be dealing with. But I am happy to say that the human-caused fires have reduced. So our prevention education is working. So the most recent fire, the Canaryville fire, was started by an individual using a metal cutting saw. A citation was issued for that because that is restricted during the fire restrictions. And those folks, even in the restrictions, they can contact us. We can go out and issue a waiver for those restrictions, and we'll work with that individual on mitigating the potential for an escape fire. We issue several of those waivers throughout the county every year, obviously recognizing that people have jobs that they need to do certain things. But like I say, we go out and help them mitigate that potential for an escape fire. So in this case, a waiver had not been issued. They were cutting, welding, and grinding on a windy day next to dry vegetation, and unfortunately, it got away from them. The fire moved extremely quickly. It moved up into some high elevation, up into some cliffs. So we did use aircraft to keep it from moving up on top of the hill and up into the mountains where it would have been a bigger trouble, as well as keeping it out of structures that were nearby. So we were able to catch that fire just short of 10 acres, which is awesome. We're pretty proud of that. And we continue to monitor it for the next few days for any heat. So Let's see, I talked about statistical causes, lightning number 1. Equipment is slowly floating to the top of the cause categories, which is expected. It's a very hard one to mitigate. That includes vehicle fires, dragging chains, exhaust, that sort of thing. But we're putting efforts in at the state level to try and get the word out to make sure people are getting their chains taken care of, making sure their tires and their exhaust are in good working order. So we've got campaigns that we're working on to try and mitigate that trend. The best thing we can do is continue the fuels mitigation along the side of those roads. So when we do have a fire, it doesn't take off on us. And our partnership with UDOT and our mowing practices in Iron County is the best in the state of Utah. So it's been recognized by our state staff. They're trying to figure out some things to make it a statewide program, but for now, we'll continue to lead the pack. So those partnerships are important, and we just need to continue to manage those fuels. Issues, we continue to have ongoing issues with equipment storage and maintenance facilities. The building that we got down to the road department is absolutely awesome, but we've added another engine, and we still have a snowplow and Parks and Rec in the building, so we're kind of tied. We're kind of stuck a little bit. And we'd like to work with those departments and with you in a strategy to help facilitate their needs and whether we need to look at expanding that building or potentially building another one. Whatever, we're happy to be.
What about the idea of a lean-to on that west side of that building?
I think that would be great. I know we talked about it before. There's a few options. Paul came down and looked at some of those options. I think that there's some opportunity there to help out. Unfortunately, the fire engines, we need to have them inside. Otherwise, we deal with freezing and some of that stuff. So
Marilyn, maybe we can talk to Bruce and see if he'd be willing to part that snowplow under a lean-to on that west side. We could build a lean-to. It'd be way cheaper than, I don't know if we can afford to build another building.
Yeah, I agree. There's some long-term strategic planning that needs to take place on how we're going to best fund what that looks like, what works for everybody. And like I say, I have it listed under issues. It's not an issue as much as an awareness. Yeah. And we want to be part of the solution to make sure that everybody has the facilities they need. So
yeah, Bryce with Parks and Rec, we really need to do something with him.
And we talked about there's
Maria
a small building.
I think is going to help.
Yeah, I've talked to
remodel
Marie,
that building
and we've talked to Richard with the engineering. I talked to both of them last fall, just recognizing that Curtis needs a place, Bryce needs a place, the snowplow needs a place. Like everybody needs a place.
I know.
It's just one of those things
challenging.
that we just need to address it and start planning for it.
Yeah.
You know, it's not something that we can just wave a magic wand. It takes a little bit of planning. So we want to be part of that solution and help with that solution. So
okay.
Maintenance and mechanics. We used to use the mechanics at the road department, but that I think is changing. I was wondering if you could kind of give me some guidance on how that's going to work. My understanding is that fleet management is going to start dealing with all of the vehicles. Are they going to end up with a maintenance? Because we've used the mechanics over to the road department.
So we've hired one in the fleet. Mostly for oil changes and that type of thing. And we're just trying to work through that. We're not sure how that's going to all play out.
Okay.
It's hard to take away the mechanics from the road department because they're like full-time there anyway.
Right.
So maybe down the road we'll have to look at that. But
yeah, as we go into the future, just keep in mind that the Burrell and Newcastle Fire Department fleets looking for a place to do inspections and oil changes and just light mechanical is still a need.
And that might be something that the fleet department and Wade will be able to.
Okay.
Do they have a place out there we could do some of that stuff?
Yeah,
if they went out to
there.
Most of what they need done can be done in their shops with a service truck. So, and that's something that Matt has done in the past. He's taken the service truck out and helped us out with a few different things. And it's one of those things. Fire's kind of rough because when something's broke, we need it sooner than later.
Yeah.
And the road department has been awesome to support us, but I recognize that they have their own fleet to take care of too.
Yes,
so just
a big
wondering
fleet.
wondering more than anything about how we can go into the future.
Yeah, we'll just have to, work together to try
Perfect.
to.
And that's kind of what I just wanted to get a better feel of what that looked like. We did have an engine that was broke down earlier this year, and I had talked to Matt. They were trying to get to it, and it finally got to where it was more of a critical
I
need.
know they had some big issues
Yeah.
this year too. So
Did. And once we got Wade involved, he actually worked through the weekend and got it fixed up and going within a couple of days. He had to order a couple of parts, but he did just amazing. He went out, got it taken care of, got the parts ordered, and got it fixed right away, and
Great.
so it's back in service and going. So that's what we'll do.
Wade's
is we'll
been
continue
really,
to work
really
through
good
Wade for
about
that
those
stuff,
kind of
so.
things. Yeah.
Yeah, he has. He's very responsive to it, so
Yeah.
I appreciate his work. Let's see. Just the continued ongoing drought. You guys don't have any control over this, but just recognize that our conditions are worse than they've ever been, and our fires are resilient to suppression. Even with all the rain and stuff that we had last year, we were still seeing trees burn down to ash pits because they're just so dry. I mean, we're seeing a lot of these trees that are just dying. They just can't survive. So that drought is ongoing and continuance, and we continue to have problems related to it. So just be aware that the conditions are extreme. And then I'd like to continue the conversations about creating some fire districts in the county. I think that would help us with some long-term strategic planning, personnel, and combining resources so we're not duplicating things to help with some of the costs and burdens. So we'll continue to have those discussions and move into the future. And I'm glad to have commissioners that are going to be here for a while again so we can tackle some of these big issues. We'll work through the budget. Our air conditioner on our building is failing. I think we've got enough duct tape and baling wire to get it through the season, but that's something that we'll work through budget to try and get that replaced. It's not a huge expense, but that's something we'll need to get replaced.
Just a swamp cooler.
Yeah. The concrete, we could use some concrete, asphalt, chip seal, something in front of the building. We're just tracking mud in constantly, and so just putting a small apron in front of the building would be helpful. And I had talked to Paul a little bit about it, and we think it's something that the road department can do, and I'll just need some direction on whether I need to put that into the budget for next year or what works best, and
Okay.
I'll touch base with you,
Yeah.
Commissioner, on what we need to do there. So,
Yep.
And then we'll work through the fleet department. We'd like to see if we could get a fleet vehicle, 3/4 ton, that we can use for supporting the Trackco. We're going to need a fuel tank and a few things for that. And then, of course, we can use it for fire support as well. So talking a little bit with Wade, going through all of the
We
processes.
just can't get any trucks.
Yeah, going through all the
Right
process
now.
to get rid of all the old
But
junk.
hopefully that's going to open up.
Yeah,
We're
so
hoping.
we'll bring that to budget and discuss that a little bit more. And he seems to think that a fleet vehicle would probably be the cheapest option for us to
The road
go out. So
department will move that, right? For you.
that the
Yeah.
actual Trackco, yes, they're going to move that, and then we've got a long-term strategic plan that once the Trackco is paid off, we'll use participation commitment to see if we can get us a second transport. So that'll be a
nice.
benefit to the whole county,
county, yeah.
and that'll give us a second transport and some flexibility on being able to move equipment, especially in emergencies. So
Yeah.
with that, I'll open it up to questions, but I'll close it with thanks for the continued support.
I got nothing.
Go.
I'm good. I'm
Well,
I just want to tell Ryan how much we appreciate him, and I've known Ryan since he was a little guy at Albertsons bagging, and I knew that he was going to go good places because he's always been such a hard worker, and you know, I just knew that he would. So it doesn't surprise me that they've picked him up and taken him from us, because he's been very, active and really a great support to Iron County as far as the fire. So a big kudos to you, and we appreciate Lucas coming on board, and I know that he'll take right over for you, and that'll be really good too.
I appreciate the kind words, and It's just a detail. I'm not gone yet.
Yep.
I'll leave it with yet.
I know that time is short, but I just want to say I've really appreciated all the collaborative efforts that we've been able to work together, and you know, I think that's one example when it comes to being a public servant generally and fire specifically of, you know, your report demonstrated the value of those collaborations on many different levels, you know, between the little message board in the clerk's office and, you know, the buying the sign printer with federal funds for the road department. I mean, those are just clever ways to make better use of those dollars. And here we are benefiting. Why? Well, we don't have as many, I mean, human causes is number one in Iron County. And we have this historic drought, and you're still upright and vertical.
Yeah.
So thank you.
My pleasure. It's a real pleasure to work with other departments, other agencies, and that's kind of my pillar, is building relationships and working together to provide the service to the public that they deserve. So,
Well, we appreciate all your work.
thank you.
For sure.
Thanks, Ryan.
Okay, we will go to TV. Dennis.
Good morning to all of you. I hope you're all doing well. My report won't be near so long. Things are going smoothly. We did have a lightning hit a couple of weeks ago that wrecked a little bit of equipment out on Frisco Peak. I'm still trying to get a technician down to repair a generator. It's pretty specialized. But things are going smoothly. All of our television licenses were due to be renewed this year. There's roughly 70 of them. That's all done. While we're doing that, checked all the microwave licenses. There's about 25 of those. They're all still current. A few projects that we're doing right now. Still trying to repair the snowcat from last winter. A lot of grousers broken. I did finally get the parts just last week. I'll get that done. Replacing a lot of UHF filters, especially at the Summit site and Cedar City. What we had was marginal as far as power ratings. That should be an improvement, as the filters we were using they were losing signal, so we weren't getting our full output. What else is new? I still get a lot of people asking me about new antennas. We're still getting a lot of people putting up new antennas. Their cable bills are expensive, their satellite bills are expensive. They're finding that using the free over-the-air television, maybe in conjunction with a streaming service or something like that, saves them easily $100 a month. So it makes our service, as far as I'm concerned, very valuable and cost-effective to the county.
Me convincing my wife she doesn't need Hallmark anymore saves me $100 a month.
It's she doesn't get Hallmark. Anyway, if I'm not watching it, if it's broken, I don't see it.
Now, if you had Hallmark on the county network, you'd be in business.
Yeah. I don't want to pay for that.
HGTV for my wife. So.
TZ.
It's interesting to see what some of those things cost, and when you broadcast that in the open air, they look at the number of residents that it reaches, and they want to charge you for all of them, whether they watch it or not. So subscription services, probably not. But anyway, I think things are going smoothly. Do you have any questions, any complaints, anything I can do better?
No complaints that I've
You're
heard.
Good. Well, I appreciate the opportunity to work with you guys. You've all been good. I appreciate your support. I'm glad you're doing well in your elections, and hopefully that we can continue to do this. Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank
Dennis.
you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we'll go to Commissioner real quick. We only got a few minutes. Mike, do you want to go first?
Sure, I'll be really quick. Really? I've been working with fire a lot lately, and Ryan covered all of that.
All
Yeah, I couldn't do any better than that, nor could anybody. One thing, just a heads up, this kind of falls in the line of fire and public safety such. With our recent drowning accident at Newcastle Reservoir, as well as some other issues that has required a dive team over the last few years. Bryan Head Public Safety has a dive team, has a certified rescue dive team. They are looking to expand that team both with manpower and with resources, and are going to work with other public safety agencies, fire agencies, and law enforcement agencies in Iron County. This is just a heads up that that's going on. At some point, when that process gets further down the road, they'll come talk to us, and we'll know more about that.
They don't have a boat, right?
They don't have a boat. Specifically looking for a boat and sonar. Sonar may be a much less of an ask for right now. But we've got Jeff Morgan, who's the commander of that dive teams. He's one of the foremost rescue dive guys in the country. He lives in Bryan Head, so and has headed that team for several years. Anyway, that's coming up. They're doing the research and figuring that out now. But just a heads up. Airport, we're moving towards an open house. We've talked about this before. We've been working steadily on open house, air show, and a plan to bring more local recognition to Cedar City Airport. There was a poll kind of that went out recently locally. There's a whole lot of people that don't even know you can catch a flight out of Cedar City locally. So
that's not good.
Working on changing that. And that's a collaborative effort between the airport, tourism, SU Aviation, the airport board, everybody that goes along with that. So we've been working a lot on that. Shakespeare is kind of on the tourism end. For Iron County residents, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, I think. Tickets are half price to Shakespeare and have been forever. Nobody knows about that.
Yeah,
there's a lot of patrons out there who have been local patrons for years, and have been paying full price and said, "Oh gosh, if we knew, we would do that." But we're going to help them with some proactive stuff. Here, just in the next few weeks, we should have that rolling to really try and get that word out. We contributed money to the Beaver Iron County Garfield Chamber. It's a new organization. I just want to give you a little bit of an update on that. The board to the big chamber has been established. The 501c3 has been submitted and approved. So all of the paperwork and everything that needs to go to make that a bona fide business is up and running. It's been really active so far as businesses in Beaver and Garfield County jumping on board. They're really excited about that. And Commissioner Jerry Taylor in Garfield County has been really a driving force in that to make this work in those counties. And there's some excitement there, and we've already seen some participation there. So I think it's a good thing. And I'll just leave it at that.
Okay.
So, been working on a little bit of water conservation policies. One thing that spurred my thinking on this, I built my home 27 years ago, and it's quite a distance from my water heaters to my master bath. And I put in one of these recirculating pumps for hot water, and it takes about 10 seconds to get hot water in my shower. And I've been to other places, Airbnbs and other places where I've stayed with family, and I swear it's 3-4 minutes to get hot water to the shower. And that's a lot of water that's wasted. And I got thinking about this because Cedar City's mayor Garth Green has been in the plumbing business all these years, and I called him and said, hey, what could we do to encourage this more? And it's kind of expanded. We've kind of talked about, anyway, long story short, we're going to have a meeting tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. in the Cedar City Council chambers to talk about water conservation. I talked to Tyler Melling, who's on the Cedar City Council, and he's done some research on outdoor conservation with the local scapes, xeriscape, not taking all of your landscaping out, but just doing smart water-wise landscaping on the outside. And I asked him if he'd do a presentation on that. He's really knowledgeable, so he's going to take about 20 minutes on that. We're going to talk about water-wise fixtures in the home, whether it be circulation pumps on the hot water system, shower heads, dishwashers, faucets, all those things. And what they're doing in some of these municipalities and counties and area jurisdictions is it's best to do this with new construction. And if you can incentivize that to where these people can get a break on their water rates or on their impact fees to make it worthwhile, it's really a good incentive for them to look at doing this ahead of time. So we're going to meet. So if you guys got an invite, that's what that was for, tomorrow morning at 8. And so that's something we're working on, going to start the discussion. We also invited all of the mayors and leaders in the other in the towns and different things to come and discuss that with their city managers. Paul Monroe with the Water District. So that's that. We attended a very interesting meeting. Cedar City had a meeting with a company called Willow Sticks. They look for deep water and other sources of water. They're looking at 9 different locations to drill new wells. They're going to drill some 6-inch test wells, and then and see where they go from there. They've located some spots in the more of the bedrock aquifers to try to give some of the low-hanging fruit like Quichapa and some of those aquifers a rest. Try to locate some water in some other areas. And so that's exciting. I guess we haven't drilled a well in the Cedar Basin for 10 years, and that's what's something we need to pursue. So that's an exciting thing they're doing. Other than that, that's about all I have.
Okay. I just wanted to give a shout out for the wonderful Independence Day Parade on the 4th. Beth and Chris Stevenson put that together. Paul helped on the floats to put those together there, but I just feel like we should be really proud that Iron County puts on that type of a really, really historic type parade. We're about a month out from the fair, and I'm continuing working with my husband and his friends to get that ranch entrances. Paul's helped me a little bit. We're going to, for the cutouts for Iron County, for the beams that we'll put up above the entrances. We're working really hard, and we hope we have it for the fair. It would be really fun if we could have it for the fair. We went to Bryan Head for the ICC, the Iron County Coordinating Council meeting. It was fun to go up to Bryan Head. Clayton Calloway hosted that meeting up there, the mayor, and then of course we had to run back to this Willow Sticks meeting with Garth Green, mayor, and that was good. We met with some folks about our voting, and I just want to give a shout out to John and all of his people. They do such a great job on our voting. These people are just trying to find if there was anything that we could maybe do to make it more transparent or whatever that way. But I know that our clerk's office do a really good job, and I don't want them to feel like that we question them at all. But if there is something that we can do, that'd be great. And so I did want to talk about that just a little bit. But
there is something that people can do, and that is come to our logic and accuracy test.
Yes.
And come to our post-election audit, which are
Nobody
normal
comes.
and customary. I haven't had someone come. And for people to get worked up about elections but not come and learn, it's cognitively dissonant.
There you
That was,
go.
that was such a nice way to put that.
It's 10 o'clock now, but let's take about 5 minutes and have a little bit of a break, and then we'll
Ellen,
come back for the 10 o'clock.
Let me ask you. So
Okay.
this afternoon, I went down to the shop early this morning and worked for a few hours, but Brad's behind way bad. But anyway, I talked to our computer programmers down from Logan. That he works for Brad, and we're gonna design these beams. So on the ranch entrances on the what road is it going?
300.
300? No, the one. What is it? North? What north is it that lines up with whatever the road is?
100. 100.
So there's two ranch entrances, and the one on the left, we're going to do the old Paraguna Highway on the left beam, and on the right it's going to
That
be
is
Welcome to the Fair.
A historic route.
And I looked up on the internet. Because I've seen two spellings of Paraguna, and I wanted to make sure it was correct. So I look on the Google, and it's with one O, and then I called Alma Adams, and he said, "No, you put two O's in that."
Because
two O's in the beginning, but they changed it quite a long
Who
time.
changed the spelling? It's really
Well,
confusing.
the story that I heard was when they sent it up to Salt Lake to get approved or whatever, they took the O out, and it really upset some of the locals.
So we're going to
And
do
so
two
we're
O's.
going to do
two O's. Is that
because
you approve that, Nicole?
the sign going into Paraguna, I think, has two O's. The one, the other one doesn't.
Ralph and Donna's, it does have.
It does have two
The
O's.
UDOT signs have one O.
Yeah.
BZI is going to CNC the metal I-beams, the lettering, and so our
It's actually
programmers-
another company, but they're affiliated,
affiliated
with
with
BZI. Yeah.
Anyway, we just got to get them a file to be able to laser those letters in those I-beams.
Yeah. So
It
we're
looks
excited
awesome.
about continuing that. So we'll take a little break, and then we'll come back in 5 or 10 minutes and
Because it's the live stream.
write that in a sec. Okay, we'll get started. Are we on?
Yes.
Yep. Okay, we'll get started. Monday, the 11th day, July 2022, and we'll go to number 1, presentation by the Jail Selection Committee, Big D Construction and Layton Construction regarding the selection of a contractor for the construction of a planned county jail. And I'm going to have, before you guys get started, can I have Dan come up right there, and he's going to kind of talk just for a second, parting of the contractors.
I'm just going to give a little bit of a just an introduction so everybody kind of knows what's happening in the process. We started the RFP process to select a general contractor for the jail. A while ago, we pressed pause on the process for a minute, and now we're resuming it. We originally had 5 bids that came in from 5 different contractors that were qualified, that had met all the qualifications up to that point. One of the contractors withdrew, which left 4. The commissioners put together a selection committee that has met and has reviewed all of those and have narrowed the list down to what we call the short list, and that's 2, which are here today. We have Big D Construction and we have Layton Construction, both with a pretty, I would say, vast experience in building facilities like this. So what we're going to do today is we're going to give each of them 15 minutes, and we're going to hear from both of them on their qualifications and really just more of a presentation so the public can see the firms that we're looking at. And then the selection committee will meet again next week, and we'll review the presentations that are there today. Some of the selection committee was not able to attend today, but they'll be able to see these presentations on YouTube. Also, they've been going through all the proposals that we received with a fine-tooth comb. So we'll meet again. They will officially make a recommendation to the commission, which will select a contractor next meeting. In case the public wonders why we're selecting a contractor this early in the process, we're engaging a firm not just for the physical construction, but phase 1 of the process with the contractor. We're using a method called I can't get the acronym right. CM, which stands for Construction Manager, GC, General Contractor. So it's a CMGC format, and we will engage the contractor to help us with our engineer in the design portion of this. The reason that's important is because the engineer, and working with staff, with the sheriff's department and the commission and finance and everybody together, we can look at a design, and we may need to compare 2 cost considerations for this design versus that design. So then we can reach out to the general contractor and say, okay, if we use hydraulic doors versus pneumatic doors versus electrical doors, what is it going to look at right now? And then they can give us expertise and feed. So we do need a general contractor on the front end as we work through the design of the process. So that's why we're doing this as early as we are in the process. But anyways, just wanted to give an introduction, and we'll give each of these guys 15 minutes, make sure it's nice and fair, and that's all I have to say.
Okay.
If I pass these out too?
Sure.
Little cheat sheet so you know who we are.
Perfect.
Is Michael here also?
Yeah, just set it right there. I don't know.
I don't know where he went. Are you ready?
I didn't realize he wasn't there. Yeah, go ahead.
You ready? Okay, great. Well, first of all, thank you very much. We want to thank the Iron County Commission, Michael, Marilyn, and Paul for allowing us to come down and present our team, qualifications, and our little bit of a plan. This is a very fast presentation. So we just wanted to go through a couple of those things with you today. We brought a really great team, a team that really we spent a lot of time thinking about who would be the best team for this project, because it takes communication and teamwork to build a project like this. They're very unique. So what we want to do is go through our experience, some of the cost challenges you may see, design considerations, and then why Big D. But first, we'd like to introduce ourselves. So my name is John Kemp. I'd be the project executive on the project. I'd work through all the contractual type matters and bring my experience doing correctional work to this team.
Yeah, I'm Brandon Eccles. I'm the project director. My role on the project is for overall project leadership, as well as to interface with these guys day to day, make sure they have the tools that they need and the support that they need to be successful on this project.
I'm John Giles. I'm the director of pre-construction. So myself, as well as several other estimators, will work on the pre-construction process that's been talked about a little bit already.
I'm Patrick Derrig. I will be the on-site project manager for this, the point of contact for the county, and I'll be working closely with Clyde, the superintendent, to make sure that the job comes in on time and on budget.
Hi, and my name's Clyde Mullen, and I'm the superintendent, and I'll be working on safety of the job, and also working and communicating with the owner, the users, and then also, the architect, of course, and his engineers.
So when it comes down to experience, as you look through our proposal, you probably saw we have plenty of experience building these type of facilities. State, county correctional facilities, sheriff complexes, public safety complexes, and things like that. We were also recently awarded a new correctional facility in Boise, Idaho, $150 to $200 million project. So we have a lot of experience and continue to get more. But beyond experience in building these type of facilities, the real question is, what does our experience give you? And what do you benefit from in that? And so we started thinking about that and what would be really important right off of the get-go, because it was mentioned earlier, bringing on a CMGC to help you through the process. So we thought, what do we need to do in the first 90 days of this project to make it a success? And really the first thing that needs to happen is we need to have a really good teaming environment where the owner, the architects, and ourselves come together and make sure that our goals and everything are aligned as we move forward in this process, so that you can get the best value for this project. In addition to that, one thing that we do after every project is we do a lessons learned. So we were involved, a lot of this team was involved in doing the Utah State Correctional Facility that was built in Salt Lake City recently, just ribbon cutting 2 weeks ago. And we sat down with the owner, designers, and we did a lessons learned right after that project was finished to look at 6 years of stuff that we did to make sure, okay, what went well, what didn't go well. And we have all that information that we would share with you in the first 30 days of the project to make sure that we were going down the right path. Some things maybe we tripped over before we could solve right up front. And then the things we did well, we could redo those things to make sure this project went well. In the next 45 to 60 days, we need to establish a dependable estimate, something that's really going to help you make decisions throughout the process. And then develop a procurement plan. The procurement plan is very, very important to make sure that we have bid packages, we line up all the things we need as we move through procurement. And then also develop a dependable schedule that you can depend on throughout the project. In the next 60 to 90 day period, what's really going to be important is establishing a basis of design and owner's project requirements. This is critical for the design team to make sure they understand exactly how this project is going to function, and so that design meets that. Also including the transition team from the Iron County, all the correctional officers and everything who know and work in that facility need to be involved so they can give feedback through the process. And then developing furniture, fixtures, and equipment, so we understand what equipment you're bringing, what you might be bringing from the existing facility, what's new, so all that can be put into the plans. So really, in the first 90 days, that's what we're going to do to help this project be a success. Also, one other thing, Chet Farr, superintendent, going back, he wasn't able to be here today. I apologize for that.
Thank you, John. As John indicated, these first 90 days are critical. And this is where most or the majority of the pre-construction process is going to take place. I don't know of any other time in my career where pre-construction hasn't been more important than it is right now. you guys have probably been to the gas station, filled up your cars, to the grocery store, and just noticed that costs have been increasing lately. Construction is no different. We're battling rising costs, the inflation. We also are dealing with supply chain issues, long lead items, and a market or a labor market that is very stressed right now. So kind of, some of the things that I want to talk about are how are we combating those types of things. We've got policies and procedures in place over the last year and a half. This has been our world that we've been living in. This is nothing new to us, and by doing certain things, we come up with predictable outcomes that help us and help you guys to always be on track and know exactly where your project's at. One of the things that you guys are probably aware of is on a jail facility like this, these are unique projects. They're not an office building. There's a lot of specialty systems in there. Some of those specialty systems are detention and security equipment. Those are things that have a limited a workforce and a limited amount of companies that do those types of things. We're very involved with them. We know them well. We'd want to get those guys involved early. And a design assist role, helping out in this early phase to get their manpower on board, their costing, and also to help you guys make important selections with what goes in this facility. As we also work with Design Assist, we'll be doing schematic estimate, design development estimate, construction document estimates. All of these will keep you apprised of the costs and help you with the design process as we move forward. And also help us to order and procure long lead items that may be further out than normal to get those in place. One of the things that I wanted to just briefly mention is value engineering. This is very important to us to start this early in the process. On the state facility that John mentioned, we led up this team and we were able to save over $60 million right up front with these value-added options. We understand that there's certain things that can't be changed in a jail-type facility, but we know those things and are willing to do that. I wish I could talk a little bit more about this, but I promised to give these guys a few minutes. So.
Thanks, John. One of the things that's been mentioned a couple of times already is the CMGC role and getting in there early and getting started. One of those activities is the constructability review. And so I want to give Clyde here a couple of minutes to mention how that works.
So the constructability review and going through the plans and seeing if they can be built, and if we come up with any problems during the plans while doing the review, then we can bring it to the forefront and to the architect and engineers and build it right, from the site logistics. And we know we're going to be using the original soils to do backfill and different things like that. And so just through the whole process, civil drawings, architectural drawings, and electrical drawings, and MEP, each one of those different units has their own HVAC, and we understand that. And so to have those, everything working right and going through and reviewing that constructability. Thank you.
Okay, so I just want to briefly touch on a couple of things too. As we're doing those constructability reviews, we've got to keep your design parameters in mind as we do that. And for a jail, the facility needs to be very flexible because you're going to have the whole gamut of inmate classifications there that need to be separated. And we've also, from what I understand, we're going to have one pod that houses both men and women. And so those design criteria are going to be critical for us to make sure that we have clear lines of sight for the staff and that the building can also separate the inmates in their groups, both physically and visually as well, which is a little tricky in normal buildings. So we also wanted to mention too that in the RFP, it was talked that we wanted to make sure that this facility was conducive to development around this area, which I understand is a big concern. And so there was going to be low light emissions and low sound emissions, and those are the things that we're going to need to watch and make sure that we've got the right stuff there for those. Okay, so I'll turn it over.
Okay, along with that, one thing we did talk about as a group too is we realized that the staff is critical to this facility and trying to attract people to work there, and we want to make sure that that this facility is someplace that people want to work, that they have good spaces that are light and open, and they have good places to take breaks, and they feel safe, and that's something that we feel like is very important. So I'm going to kind of wrap ours up a little bit with 5 reasons as to why to pick Big D Construction. You'll see this on the handout that you have across the bottom there. First, if you can't tell, our team has a lot of experience. We're committed to communicating. That's an important thing for us, is that collaboration and communication. What this translates into is a guaranteed project success for you. Number 2, best-in-class pre-construction services. John and his team are the best in the business. I'd put them up against anybody in the business for pre-construction. Not just here to estimate, but to give input, real feedback that helps make decisions and guide the process. This results in predictable results for you. Number 3, depth of resources and relationships. I can't stress enough how important it is that you have a contractor that has good relationships with subcontractors and brings that to the table. We have many subcontractors that we work with who will only bid to us or have given us preferential pricing on projects, and we will bring that to this project and those relationships. 4th, local community partner. We are committed to the communities that we work in. We're all based out of our Linden, Utah County office, and we really focus on rural Utah. We do a lot of projects we've done projects in Gunnison and Kanab. Clyde lives in Monroe. We really are committed to being a part of these communities and to working with people in these communities and trying to tap into that subcontractor base from these communities so that we're helping with the economy here. And last but certainly not least is we want unmatched client satisfaction. We want Iron County to be a raving fan of Big D when we're done. 90% of our work is repeat customers, and we're proud of that. And you don't get there by just being a run-of-the-mill contractor. You get there by providing unmatched customer support and satisfaction. So John, I'll let you wrap up.
Yeah, so what we'd like to recommend is you're going to hear from 2 good contractors today. But one thing that we like to do is have you talk to the people we've worked for. For the last 6 years, we've worked with Mike Ambray, who is the assistant director at the DFCM with the state of Utah, and also Steve Turley, who is oversaw the project from the Department of Corrections. We invite you to call them and get a reference on us, our team, and what you could expect from us during this project. With that, we'll wrap it up, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
1 minute to spare.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll have you guys.
Yeah, show us the way.
Well,
Do you want to do the PDF or the PowerPoint if you have that?
I'm not sure which one's on this machine.
It does have PowerPoint.
Does it? Clicker works. Perfect.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I think it's...
So we ready?
Yep.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm David Burton. I'm head of the Justice Group for Layton Construction nationally. It's good to see most of you again. I've spent the last year and a half trying to educate ourselves and educate our team on the needs of your facility. Understand the scope, understand the goals, understand the priorities. And I'm sorry to tell you, but your jail is just like every other jail we've done, and we have that conflict of, Sheriff Carpenter and Jail Commander Shalen and Head of Maintenance, Mr. Gibbs, have their scope, goals, and ways of dealing with priorities and issues and programming that needs to be taken care of. And we're dealing with that constantly with the forever reminders of the commissioners and Mr. Jessen that there is a budget restraint on this project. So our goal will be to facilitate that conversation, listen, understand, work closely with the designers, and come up with what is the true best value solution. I'm sure in your head you have a best value solution. The sheriff and his team have a best value solution, and our goal is to come up with that best value that appeases both sides. Because of the limitations, we're going to let our Executive Vice President, Mr. Jeff Beecher, give our presentation. He's got 27 years with Layton and done most of our correctional work, and we'll let him explain to you the differentiators and why Layton.
So that's his Southern personality, Mr. I don't get called Mr. very often. So it's great to see John and his team present. We've worked with John for the last 5 or 6 years on the Utah State Prison. They were hired as a joint venture with Kitchell as the program manager, and then we were hired as a joint venture with Oakland as the CMGC on that project. So it was a great relationship that we had through that project. Project superintendent, he's worked for us for nearly 8 years, and all of that time has been doing detention facilities. He worked on the Gunnison Pod expansion, and then at the Utah State Prison, and he'll relocate his family here and do this project for you. You can see the number of beds he's had. Evan Farnsworth will be our senior estimator on this project, and he's had a very long career in pre-construction and estimating, a lot of it being in detention, working not only on prisons but many of that in jails, which, as you know, are distinctly different. So, and you can see some of the projects that this team has done. Headlined by the one on the right, which is the recent Utah Correctional Facility, but also some jail experience up there, and most notably too, the Uintah County Public Safety Complex in Kane County were both done with Babcock, the architect on this project. So we have a long history with Rob Cottle, and we'll show that too. Another is just our experience with detention, and with the architect. You can see our detention experience goes way back. As David mentioned, I've been with the company 27 years, and I believe the first jail I did was with Yuma County in the early 2000s. And ever since that time, we've had detention experience on our active projects list. Not only that, but across the country. So you can see with 13,000 beds under in our resume and more than $2 billion in national detention work, we understand the market, understand what needs to be done. We've also worked a lot with Babcock Design. You can see many different, nearly 24 projects over the years with them, and 4 of them with county jails completed. So we understand right off the bat how to work with them. Communication is good. There's no learning curve. It won't be a matter of starting up in the first 30 days to try to understand how everybody communicates. It'll be we hit the ground running because we know how they work. Which also means that you're going to have more accurate cost estimates. You'll have a lower overall cost, and the process will be fun as we go through it. And then if we talk about our experience in southern Utah, many projects down here in southern Utah, including we're finishing or we're completing a project right now on the campus just down the road in Cedar City, which was one we followed up, or we did the business building, then rolled right into this project. And so we have a lot of subcontractor relationships here in the market. We understand the market. We have folks that live here. We're also very active in the St. George market, and have completed a lot of projects there. I welcome you to talk to Tiger Funk or President down here. Yes, exactly. And we've worked for both Big D and Layton have worked for them. I welcome you to talk to them about the experience they've had with both firms. So we've also done our homework. This isn't the first time we've been here. We've spent a lot of time with you over the last 18 months trying to understand the project, and also for you to understand how we work, and what goes into building a facility of this nature. As you know, a jail is different than a prison, and we have a lot of experience providing that kind of experience with the stakeholders in this type of environment. A jail needs to be a softer look. It needs to have the ability to be in a neighborhood, to be able to look more like what's in the neighborhood, not necessarily like a prison. If you look at the Utah State Prison, there's no question what it is, right? But as you look at some of the jails we've built, some of them look like office buildings or administrative buildings, and they're a more softer approach to a neighborhood kind of facility. And jails are also different with the type of folks that are housed there. In a prison, we see a very classified kind of inmate. They've been through the system. We understand them. We understand what they need. Whereas in a county facility, you get all of it, right? And you have to determine what needs to take place, and you have to have the programs necessary to be able to do that. So that all has to take place in one facility. So we understand the needs of that and what has to take place. We also understand a lot of the local issues with this site and why it would be this site and not others. And so it's important that we've had that experience. You recognize our people, and you understand. We understand your needs. So we also understand the market. We've been, as I said before, we've been in the detention market. We have a business unit that's dedicated to detention work, and we've been in that market for years and years. When we go to national shows or national conventions, the subcontractors come to us to look for new work. And so we have you look at the different trades there, the different folks that are in the business all the time, and we're interfacing with them across the country. And then finally, our last key differentiator is we have a plan. We know the keys to success. As you heard already, pre-construction is an integral part of any project, probably more important now than it's ever been with the market conditions that we have, rising costs, supply chain issues, and consolidation in the detention market. David, if you look at the last 10 years, what's happened in the detention market?
Yeah, I mean, between takeovers, buyouts, and going out of business, you've only got a handful of really 2 national DECs. Lost a lot of smaller DECs. You've only got 1 or 2 security glazing guys, 1 or 2 detention hollow metal guys. So you have to understand those guys. You have to know them. There's so many mega projects coming online within the life of your job that we've got to keep constant communication with those people and make sure that you keep your priority on your deliveries and your commitment to schedule.
So the other thing, we want to make sure on pre-construction that we do target value design all the way from the start, which means that you don't design, figure out if they're over the budget, and then do value engineering. If we're doing the process right, we're targeting a budget from the start, and we're designing to that budget. We've worked through that process, which is a little different than what you've seen in the past, right? The old way of doing things was design something, then price it, and then value engineer to get back to the price. The way that we do things now is we design towards a budget. And we've done that over and over with Babcock, with Rob Cottle, and it's a proven process, one that works in a much more collaborative method, and that's what we would propose on this too. So it's really important that we set the tone early with pre-construction by doing those things.
Yeah, we understand we don't have the luxury of designing all the space for all the programs that that you can define. That with the budget constraints, we're going to have to start with 10 pounds in a 5-pound bag and figure out how to make those spaces flexible enough and with infrastructure capacity designed to that in the future you can add that pod, you can add those spaces But for now, we can deal with issues like healthcare, opioid epidemic, mental health facilities, and just help you again come up with that best value solution.
Yeah, and that's why the pod approach in a jail facility is very important, because it gives you so much flexibility, not only to expand in the future, but to change the programs that take place in the facility as you go forward. And the jails that we've done in the past, that's been the process, is to do a pod approach on those. So we want to give time. I don't know where we're at on time, but certainly we want to have any questions that you have, if that's appropriate.
You have 4 minutes.
Oh, perfect. That's what we was hoping for. 12 to 13 minutes, and give a few minutes of questions. But we want to just close too with a few differentiators and rehash those. So maybe the last 30 seconds, if we could take that. But do you have any questions that you'd like to, that have come up as we've talked, or?
Maybe just a statement. We haven't nailed down a site, yet.
Okay.
That's still a moving target.
Fairly typical.
It's a challenge.
Fairly typical in this kind of process, and that's another thing it's great to bring a CMGC on board for that, because we can evaluate each site from a cost perspective and from a schedule perspective. So that's a really, really wise choice. So, and that's been our experience on all of the jail facilities we've done. I don't think there's been one where the site was determined
really
when we were hired.
That makes us feel a little
Yes.
better.
So it's a pretty typical thing.
We thought we've had it 3 times, and then
Yeah.
It moves.
we had that one
Exactly.
Any other questions?
Not from me. No.
Great.
Good.
Great. Well, you can see, why Layton. As I said before, detention focused business unit. We've been in this marketplace for years, and as such, we're established. We're a known commodity. Subcontractors understand, and it's a mix of when we do detention facilities in local areas. It's a mix of local subcontractors and national subcontractors, because they're specialized in the detention facilities, and as Dave mentioned, it's consolidated over the years and become even tighter. Southern Utah presence, $200 million worth of work going on currently in Southern Utah, which is important. We understand the local market. We want to be a local neighbor, a part of your community, and we will do outreach in the community to make sure that we're getting the subcontractors here involved, keep local as much as local can be. National relationship. We're part of not only 12 different offices across the country, but a part of a national group that does over $8 billion in work. And as such, we have a buying power that's really unprecedented. If you look at the market conditions we're in right now with the supply chain issues, you want to be able to reach out to partners that understand the bulk buying power, and that's important in the national world. And then just team synergy. If you look at our team, not only do we have experience as a company working in this market, but our team has worked together, and our team has worked on detention projects from the top to the bottom. And so it's important to understand our superintendent, our project managers, our construction managers, our director, pre-construction folks, all those people have cut their teeth on detention projects and understand how that works. And I would say talk to John Kemp about how Brad Marshall did on his project, right? Because they worked together for 6 years. And so I would say, if I'm trying to put myself in your shoes, there's a lot on the line to really provide a great project. And if I'm in your shoes, I would go with a proven entity that can give you a predictable result in every case, and have it be a great process all the way through. So thank you so much for your time. Appreciate seeing you all again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks to both of you. Move on to 2. Presentation of 2021 independent audit by Kimball and Roberts, certified public accountants. And we get Gabe. Awesome.
Morning. How are you guys this morning?
Good.
We know you got a lot on your plate, and we know also that this is the most fun thing to talk about is financial statements, right? So we'll be brief, unless you guys have some specific questions. We appreciate being here this morning. Appreciate being able to come and perform the audit with your employees. Can't say enough about the cooperation and the preparedness of your employees as we come to do the audit. It's very refreshing to come and know that things are ready to roll and we can get our job and get in and get out and things roll real smooth. This year you've got just a couple of comments before I read the reports. We'll split it up. Rick and I will read you the auditor's report and cover the report on internal control. Rick will go over the single audit report and the report on state compliance. And then, so again, we won't bore you with the numbers. Dan, I'm sure, goes over those quite regularly. So, but a couple of comments. First, one unique thing that we see as we audit, 8 counties and tens of hundreds even of entities, governmental entities. Your employees kind of go above and beyond in their job duties. One example would be, Dan's tackled this report. This is not an easy thing. I don't want that to go unnoticed because to prepare and put this report together is quite a feat. So kudos to him and his staff for doing that. Also, other department heads, Nicole, always with the treasurer and responsibility of those revenues and tax collections and disbursements. Those are always right on the money, and that's in a county your size and growing. Again, just another testament to them and their offices. The other thing that was implemented this year that we kind of cover in the internal control that was very impressive to us is the implementation of your internal audit function. A lot of the departments we went to, we would ask them, specific things, and they would bring up the fact, well, the auditor's office has already spot checked us on that, and so that is exceptional, in what we see normally, and so again, kudos to those folks, and just the overall care of them wanting to be complete and accurate with what they're doing in their respective positions. So that's my preface to the report. Very, very good report on our part to tell you that. So I'll have you turn to pages 1 and 2, and this is our independent auditor's report. And for the record, I'll just read the first paragraph in the statement and then our opinion. It says, we have audited the accompanying financial statements of the governmental activities, the business type activities, the aggregate discretely presented component units, each major fund and the aggregate remaining fund information of Iron County, Utah, a governmental unit as of and for the year ended December 31st, 2021, and the related notes to the financial statements, which collectively comprise the county's financial statements as listed in the table of contents. It then goes on to talk about your responsibility as management to ensure that these statements are fairly presented in all material respects, and to maintain an internal control relevant to the preparation of these statements. Our responsibility as auditors, independent auditors, to come in and to perform certain procedures and to obtain audit evidence to express our opinion to determine whether these financial statements are indeed free from material misstatement. And so we give our opinion on our responsibility at the top of page 2. It says, in our opinion, the financial statements referred to above present fairly in all material respects the respective financial position of the governmental activities, the business type activities, the aggregate discretely presented component unit, each major fund and the aggregate remaining fund information of Iron County, Utah as of December 31st, 2021, and the respective changes in financial position thereof for the year then ended, in accordance with accounting principles generally accepted in the United States of America. And that is what is considered a clean opinion, unmodified opinion. I'm sure English professors do not get along with accountants, because those are probably two of the biggest run-on sentences in those paragraphs that you'll ever see. But essentially, that's what it says. So that covers the opinion on the overall audit. The financial statements are broken up into different sections. The next section, starting on pages 5 through page, 17. 13 is your management's discussion and analysis. It just purports to the reader kind of some of the highlights for the year and gives some very condensed comparative statements. Then your financial statements start on page 14 and go through the main part of the statements, go through page 27, which leads you to the notes, which further expand on those statements. And then in the back, it has some other supplemental budgetary schedules and non-major and special revenue fund schedules. Those are great reading, again, before you go to sleep, or if you're trying to get to sleep, that is great things to look at. So those are basic sections of the statement. I'll have you turn to the very back, pages 93 and 94, and I'll finish up with the internal control report and then turn the time over to Rick. Page 93, this is our independent auditor's report on internal control over financial reporting and on compliance and other matters based on an audit of financial statements performed in accordance with government auditing standards. It again, first paragraph there says that we've audited the statements as for the current period, which includes everything, including notes and disclosures. And then just for the record again, second paragraph, it says, in planning and performing our audit of financial statements, we considered Iron County's internal control over financial reporting, internal control, as a basis for designing audit procedures that are appropriate in the circumstances for the purpose of expressing our opinions on the financial statements, but not for the purpose of expressing an opinion on the effectiveness of Iron County's internal control. Accordingly, we do not express an opinion on the effectiveness of the county's internal control. That's an important distinction, because a lot of assumption is that we are testing and trying to find fraud, which if it exists, we would obviously notify you. You'd have been made aware of a long time ago. But we do not give an opinion on how effective your internal controls are. We just are considering them in our process of determining where the statements are accurate. So the reason we have to insert this is because we do have to basically state that. The very last paragraph, we do state there at the very last sentence that we, during our audit, we did not identify any deficiencies in internal control that we consider to be material weaknesses. However, they may exist. So again, with your internal audit, that's kind of why I mentioned the internal audit function. Your auditor's office having spot checks on departments, especially where cash transactions or money is being transacted. Those kinds of things are very helpful in protecting the county against those internal control issues. So no findings there. Any questions for me on any of that? Okay, we'll let Rick finish up on the last two and try to get you on your way.
Well, good morning. It's a pleasure to be here with you. It's good to see you all here. The last two reports I was going to talk about will be those reports required by the single audit. And this year, if you'll turn to page 98, as we are required to perform an audit on the financial statements, if the entity expends more than $750,000 of federal money, then you're required to have what's called a single audit. And a single audit comprises selecting a program, a major program, that would be high risk, meaning it hasn't been audited in the last 2 years, and then we have certain things we have to look at when we test those programs. On page 98, this is our schedule of findings and question costs. It just goes down and shows the reader that, yes, we looked at the in performing the audit of the financial statements, there was no material weaknesses identified, no significant deficiencies that identified that is not considered to be a material weakness, and there was no non-compliance material to the financial statements noted. So we have to state that. We also state the same thing for the federal programs, that there were no material weaknesses identified or no significant deficiencies identified. Meaning that significant deficiency would be if you have an internal control and you're not following that control, or there are not a good segregation of duties, then that may become what's called a significant deficiency in internal control. If it's so blatant that you have one person doing everything, that could be a material weakness, which could mean that could lead the financial statements to be misleading, or there could lead to fraud. Now, the program that we tested as a major program, down the very bottom there, it shows CFDA number 21.027, and that's the Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery Fund. These are the funds that you received during the year and expended within the county government. These funds were replacing revenue replacement funds, and so they could actually go back into all of your programs and help cover those costs that you've had. On page 99, before I turn there, one thing we need to note, down just at the very bottom of A there, it says the auditee qualified as a low-risk auditee. And what that means is that as we audit the entity, we've had 2 prior years of single audits and had no material findings, then you become what's called a low-risk auditee. That allows us to reduce our testing of federal programs to 20% of the total money. If it's a high risk, then we have to look at 40%. And so you being a low risk, meaning we found no problems the prior 2 years, we only had to look at, required to look at 20%. But as you turn to page 99, this shows the federal programs that the county expended during the year. You'll notice that total expended was $5,993,000, and that coronavirus program that we audited was $5,325,000. So we looked at most of the federal money, so more than 20%. Then, as you skip over then to page 102, this is the report that is required by the state auditor's office, and these are the programs that we're required to test. State government requires we look at these items. For example, they're on the middle paragraph. For example, budgetary control, fund balance, justice courts, and so on. We have to test, make sure you're complying with the laws that the state has set up regarding these requirements. And as we went through these, there's a new one this year, and it's called governmental fees. You're required now, they're required to have a fee schedule of all your governmental fees that you charge. And you're supposed to establish those fees based on some reasonable accounting method, not just because Cedar City does this and Paragouna does that. You have to establish those fees based on some kind of accountability. And if you turn to page 103, that's the only finding we had this year. And because this was a new compliance requirement, most of the NDs were not familiar. They had to have a fee schedule and come up with a basis of coming up with those fees. A lot of the little cities and towns would use their fee schedules based on what other cities and towns did, burial fees and connection fees and so forth. And so now the state wants to make sure you're using a reasonable method to come up with those fees. So the finding that we had in the bottom of, or the middle of page 103 is that entities are required to adopt a fee schedule and have it approved by the governing body on an annual basis. We recommend that the county adopt a fee schedule and have it approved by the governing body, again, on an annual basis. So each year, as you go through at the first of the year, it would be good to have that fee schedule, present it to the public, have it approved, and that would be fine. Iron County, your response was, we will adopt a fee schedule and have it approved by the governing body on an annual basis. That was the only finding that we had of all these requirements we looked at. You did very well on the other state compliance issues. I know Dan is very conscientious about these things as well as those others here in the county that you work with. And so that's the end of the report. Any questions we could answer? I guess that's it.
No.
Nope.
Thanks again. We appreciate you coming down. And again, did an excellent job on this report. This is, again, not an easy thing to do. Not having done that before, you did a real excellent job. So thanks again.
Thank you. Good job, Dan.
Thank you.
Yeah, good job, Dan.
You guys are great to work with.
Yep. Thanks. Okay, we will move on. We'll have our public comments, 3 minutes. Time limit per speaker for public comment. Shouldn't repeat others' comments, only for items not on the agenda, and no items related to commissioner's role in appeals board, and comments should be directed to the commission, no attacks on others' characters. Any comments today?
Good morning.
State your name.
Rose Clement.
Please.
So I have a question. There was the election audit that was done on last week. I forget what day it was.
Friday.
I could not find it until after the fact where it was publicized. I didn't see it on the public notices.
So it was on the public notice website and...
Have you withdrawn that?
No, it's still there.
Because I didn't see it when I looked at it the other day.
Yeah, it's there. I mean, I don't know. I posted it and I saw it since. It's
Maybe I'm being censored on my computer.
pmn.utah.gov.
Say it again?
pmn.utah.gov.
No.
So
I was
that's-
on the Iron County website.
So that's one, and it's on the Iron County website. You posted it, didn't you? Yeah.
Public notices?
Yep,
Can
it's,
you pull that up and see if it's there right now?
Sure.
Because I know I looked at it and I didn't see it because I'm like, where was this even publicized? Because I certainly would have. I saw that on the election page after the fact.
I was out of town, so I didn't get it up there until, I think, Saturday morning.
Oh, wrong one.
Saturday after it was finished?
So the
Over?
So yeah, it was Friday afternoon.
Because I certainly would have attended if I would have known it was there.
Yeah.
Happening,
I
rather.
appreciate that. We're glad to have.
And maybe more people would have been there too.
Yeah. Where would that be?
It's under your election. No. Public notices.
Under, so scroll down a little, you have the election results. Is that the one that you're looking for?
No. Oh, there it is, right there. So that wasn't super convenient to find.
Well, even like I said on that page, it has that public notices. There's nothing on there.
Do we
There
have a
was
county
nothing on
Facebook page?
We do, yeah.
Do we? I would suggest we put those kind of things on there if we want people to know. That's
Or
what-
even on that public notice page.
Well, there and Facebook is people see that more. So let's do that.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Will those results be available? And when?
What? No,
The
sorry.
results from that event, the audit that
The
was
audit?
done? Yeah.
They're available in my office right now.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
So do we just come get a copy of that or?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I needed to know.
Okay. Thank you, Rose.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we'll move on to number 4. One more. Hayden.
I was waiting to see if anybody else was going to jump up. So,
Okay.
yeah, you all know who I am, but for the record, my name is Hayden Ballard, legal counsel with the Utah Public Lands Policy Coordinating Office. I really don't have anything of concern on your agenda today. I'm just here because it's been a few months since I've been able to make it to one of your commission meetings. So I'm just here to make sure you all know that I haven't forgot about you. Still a resource for you. I've been up in Beaver for about the last year, but I think I've told you I'm actually living and working in Kanab now. So I'm down in Kane County. So anyway, but yeah, still covering Iron County issues. So anything comes up, let me know. I'm trying to think just a few things off the top of my head that is on PLIPCO's radar that is Iron County relevant. As I'm sure you know, we lost DNR. We lost our executive director, Brian Steed. He went to Utah State. He's working on a land, air, and water initiative, a partnership between the university and the state, kind of with the governor's office. So Brian Steed left, went over there. That's relevant because PLIPCO is now part of DNR. We actually are no longer part of the governor's office. And so, so now we're under the directive of DNR. So just last month, the governor appointed Joel Ferry to be the new executive director. He's been in the Utah House of Representatives for 3 years now, I think, representing Brigham City. So he's from Corinne up there, grew up on a farm and ranch. So we're excited to see what he's going to bring to the table in terms of leadership of DNR. So anyway, we're supportive of him. Excited to see what he's going to do. So that's kind of the big shakeup lately in Plipco. Moved to DNR, got a new executive director, lost Brian Steed. Iron County on Thursday, July 7th, the BLM did sign the decision record on the Bible Springs Complex Wild Horse Gather. So
that's very good.
So that's good. So that authorizes multiple wild horse gathers over the next 10 years. So they did a 10-year plan on this one. Which is good until that gets challenged. I don't know if you guys are aware, but there is an ongoing lawsuit on the legality of doing 10-year plans like that on gathers. So
really? So is that going to hold them up then? Do you figure
we hope
this year?
We hope not this year, but I can see it being an issue going forward. Friends of Animals is the group that has challenged the Onakee HMA up in northern Utah because they issued a 10-year plan. They're challenging the legality under the Wild Horse and Burros Act of whether or not you can do an EA, an environmental assessment, on a 10-year plan versus just a specific gather. So we're pleased to see the BLM is doing that here in Cedar City, but can see that getting challenged. So other than that, trying to think what else is.
Do they have a schedule yet?
Don't have a schedule yet. I haven't seen one yet. So yeah, the DR was just signed on Thursday.
With the drought, they maybe ought to think sooner than later.
Exactly.
Just
exactly. Yeah. So no, I haven't talked to Paul Briggs about that, but I figured that'll come up in our next interagency meeting. But figured I'd put that on y'all's radar now. So other than that, the Department of the Interior is looking for input on some new regulations on hard rock mining right now. So we're working on that. That's pretty pertinent to Iron County. The DOI is looking at reforming how they do hard rock mining, and specifically like locations of locatable minerals, and doing it more like they do oil and gas leases. So instead of being able to go and locate a mineral and have a property claim to that mining load or that placer claim, they're looking at doing a possible just lease and royalty structure instead. So that's a little concerning, but right now they're just looking for input. So Iron County, I know you guys got some big old iron mines out here, so figured I'd put that on y'all's radar as well. I'm going to work with Mike Worthen, just make sure there's anything Iron County has. So if you have anything, I'll work with Mike, or you can reach out to me. So yeah,
very good.
That's all I've got for Iron County, unless you guys have any questions.
Nope.
Thanks,
Perfect.
Hayden.
Hey,
Thank
thanks,
you.
guys.
Thanks, Hayden. Okay, we will go on to the discussion and possible approval of local consent for a single event beer permit for the event of the Landslide Festival to be held at Three Peak Oasis, Lund Highway, on September 3rd, 2022.
Good morning.
I have to apologize. We were going to bump you up, and then I got a
phone call.
Emergency phone
Sorry
call.
about
So
that.
I didn't pass on that we were going to bump you up.
I know.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
My bad.
Okay, so for the record, my name is Callie Takau, and this is Russell Weber. And I'm representing the Landslide Festival, and it's crazy that it's been a year. And I'm attending another one of your meetings. But this year's festival is going to be on September 3rd. We have a ton of great activities. We're smashing everything into one day. And so along with concerts, we have our UTV tracks and BMX jump bikes and a lot of camping. So, yeah, we're really excited. And so we're asking for a single permit, beer permit for our one event.
How about the road? Are you
The
enjoying
road's
the road?
really nice. Yeah.
Yeah, we got that road done. It's beautiful.
It is.
I think we have one more coat to go on it, but yeah, it's beautiful.
Looks really good.
Yeah.
Kudos to the county. You guys know what you're doing. It's been fun to watch.
Our road department is
Just the
excellent.
private contractors, there is no comparison. to
Yep.
you guys.
Yep. Pretty amazing, isn't it?
You guys do a good job.
Yep. Thanks. Can we get a motion on that?
Yeah, move for approval of a local consent for a single event beer permit for the event of the Landslide Festival to be held at Three Peaks Oasis on Lund Highway on September 3rd, 2022.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Thanks, you guys.
Thank you.
I can sign it.
If you would, down in the clerk's office, will you just go and let them make a copy of that?
Yes.
Yep. Just kind of right below us here on the east side. Thank you.
Need to bring it back up, or
No, they'll keep it. They'll keep it there. Thank you.
Okay.
Awesome.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Yep.
you.
Okay, we'll move along. We'll move to number 5, Resolution 2022-6, consideration for adopting. I just looked up and walked back in. Adopting of the resolution of the County Commission of Iron County, Utah, authorizing and approving execution. Execution, delivering of the ground lease agreement, assessment of lease agreement, and related matters. Read.
Good morning, Commissioners. This and the next item are related. This is a financing tool requirement. I don't have any slides for this item, so it's for the next one. But these two items are simply financing requirements for bonding for the Newcastle Fire Station, because the Municipal Building Authority, in order to borrow money from the CIB and not have it come against our PILT, then we do it through the Municipal Building Authority. And so this is simply an agreement, a resolution authorizing the lease from the county to the municipal, or vice versa, from the Municipal Building Authority to the county, to be able to use that property, and requirement of our bond council.
Okay. Can I call for a motion?
Okay, I'll move to adopt Resolution 2022-6, which is a resolution of the Iron County Commission authorizing and approving the execution and delivery of a ground lease agreement, assignment of lease agreement, and related matters.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Okay. Then we need to convene as a multiple building authority of Iron County.
Municipal Building Authority.
Municipal, sorry. Number 6, MBA Resolution 2022-1, consideration for adoption of the resolution of the Municipal Building Authority of Iron County, Utah, authorizing and approving a ground lease agreement and an assessment of ground lease agreement and related matters.
So this relates to the previous item that the county adopted the lease, and now this is authorized as the Municipal Building Authority to lease that property back to the county.
Okay.
I'd move for approval of Resolution 2022-1, consideration for adoption of a resolution of the Municipal Building Authority of Iron County, Utah, authorizing and approving a ground lease agreement and an assignment of ground lease agreement and related matters.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. We will convene as the Iron County Commission again.
Can you put me on there?
Okay. Number 7, discussion and possible approval of proposed annexation into the corporate limits of Cedar City Corporation. Proposed annexation leaves an unannexed island and peninsula and require the town and county to agree. And that's the APN and D-777-78-80.
Thank you, Commission. This is a recommendation from the County Planning Commission at our previous meeting on Thursday. This is, as you're aware, when property is being proposed for annexation into a municipality, and that annexation will leave an island or peninsula of unincorporated land. The county has to agree. So what it says there on the second underlined red, annexation will not leave or create an unincorporated island or peninsula unless the county and municipality have otherwise agreed. So in other words, a municipality cannot annex property that leaves an island or peninsula of unannexed property unless the county is in agreement with that. And in our previous discussions, we have considered that when a notification is given to the county as an affected entity, when the county does their mailing of 300 feet, when the clerk's office sends out that notice, they will notice that this item for discussion will be on the following Planning Commission agenda. And we've been, clerk's office has been great about coordinating how that would occur and what meeting that can meet. Let me just show you where a little better drawing there of where the property is located. This is in an existing peninsula, and as you recall, just for your discussion's sake, a peninsula by definition of state law is when the perimeter boundary of what's left after the annexation is greater than, or let me say it this way, the opening of what's left is 25% or less than the perimeter of that peninsula, then the annexation is considered to leave a peninsula. That's the definition of a peninsula. And in this case, as you can see, that the opening is 20% across. The way the state statute reads is that if you draw a line from any point of the proposed annexation to another point of the existing municipality, then that's the distance that has to be 25% or less, and so or greater. If it's 25% or less, then it's considered a peninsula. So in this case, it is a peninsula. This is the annexation plat. You can see it's 24.37 acres. They have, of course, begun the process and done the notice of intent, and then they will submit after the county acts on that. If the county agrees to the annexation, they will process that through a petition to annex into the municipality, and we won't have any more to do with it. But in the event that the county feels like that it is not in the best interest of the county, they could oppose this and the annexation wouldn't go any further. Excuse me. Been having a dry throat. Thank you. So as mentioned, this isn't an existing. This is the Sycamore Trails. This is Lund Highway. If you're familiar with the area, here's the airport, and 1600 North runs right along here. And so this area was created as a peninsula when this annexation occurred years ago. This was a bad annexation, should never have occurred because it left a peninsula of the Flying L area and it left this peninsula. But we didn't even have the law in place at that time where the county had to agree to it. It was just the law that they couldn't annex it, but we never got notification in those years, and the cities would just annex property without us being aware of them. And so fortunately, the law has changed. This early notification process has been beneficial and helpful to review these. The Planning Commission's review determined that because it was already in an existing peninsula, and that there are no properties in what's being left in the unannexed area that would create any difficulty for the county to continue to provide any service that the county currently provides to those areas. Some of these areas over on this side have access from the road that runs along the frontage here. There's no properties that will be denied access directly from the county by this annexation. The properties that are there would continue to be able to operate the same way they have, and it really wouldn't create any problem. What we've done is develop this annexation checklist when we meet with the city and the staff and the applicant on an annexation that looks like it's going to leave a peninsula or island. We've developed this checklist. And in essence, it reviews these considerations of eligibility, roads and access, whether it's going to provide any difficulty for services, impacts to the remaining properties, the land use compatibility with what's occurring there now, whether it's appropriate to consider pre-annexation agreements where the cities could provide services but not annex because of the changes that it would create, and then identifying municipal hindrances and anything else. So those are the things that we've evaluated as staff and when we met with the city and with the county and the applicant, and it determined that really there are no created difficulties with these properties. They don't. They're really unaffected in any other way. So the recommendation of the Planning Commission was to go ahead and agree to this annexation. Are there any questions?
Why did the city annex that? I mean, it's just farm ground.
Well, the applicant, the owner of this property at the time had development plans, and so they went to the city and said, we want to annex so that we can have higher density. And the other issue was that the Water Conservancy District doesn't serve this area. And so our intent and part of the evaluation in this was that there's really no other opportunity for development in that area right now because there's no other available water systems. And so annexing into Cedar City is the best option for people to get water and sewer. They have good access off Lund Highway. They would continue to annex Lund Highway as they annex these properties. And that's one of the things we talked about with Cedar City is that this annexation plat really should take the road when we go, as we move up, whatever side we annex on, we should annex the road with it. And so we'll pass that along as well. We've talked about that. In this case, it's not really critical because they will be taking their access from the area that is already annexed into the city. And so the city didn't feel it was really necessary at the time that this property would annex, then they would annex the road. But this property has a lot of access already in the city. And I said, well, in their development plan, if they have a loop or something coming back out, we'd want to make sure that that gets annexed to this point. And so John may just want to be aware of that as we go through this continued review, that's one of the things we look at is the roads and making sure the roads get annexed at the time. So
I have to say I appreciate the process now because it does a lot of these considerations. There was no mechanism to look at that.
Just weren't evaluated because we weren't even aware of them.
It's great to sit down with the individual and the city and with Reed and kind of go over those things and those criteria that Reed listed. It really will head off lots of problems down the road.
Yeah, it would have avoided this annexation. We would have not allowed that to occur. So anyway, are there any other questions?
I think that's good. We call for a motion.
I'll move to approve the proposed annexation into the corporate limits of Cedar City Corporation. Proposed annexation leaves an unannexed island or peninsula and requires the town and county to agree. And that's APN number D-777-78-80.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Reed.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to 8, discussion and possible approval of ordinance 2022-4, an ordinance adding the Iron County Criminal Justice Coordinating Council to the county code. And I guess Sam's going to do it.
All right, so this is stemming from recent legislation. It falls under Utah Code 17-55-201, and it calls for the creation of a Criminal Justice Coordinating Council. So this isn't required until January of next year, but just kind of being proactive, making sure that everyone involved is aware as well. We are generating this resolution and ordinance. It's not quite ready to go, but it's this is a good draft of what you can expect. I need to visit with the people that would know best with our county ordinance where this should go. But once we get that figured out, we'll plug it in. I guess more than anything, this is a good notice to one of you three. It states in statute that the chair of this council is going to be one of the county commissioners. So you, along with the local law enforcement, who else? Justice court judge, district court judge, public defenders, county attorneys, local mental health authority. We have Southwest Behavioral. You'll see on the resolution as one of the members. But this is going to be the new council. I imagine Commissioner Blake, being the law enforcement liaison, might be taking the lead on that. Not sure. But the purpose of this is to create the council, and the council is to coordinate and improve components of the criminal justice system in the counties. And so one of the main roles of the council would be to develop this strategic plan. We're supposed to work with one of the state agencies, but it would map all the systems, resources, assets, and services within the county and the criminal justice system, create a plan for data sharing across the county criminal justice system. We would look at recidivism reduction objectives and community reintegration goals. So I think this is neat. This is a good way for all the county shareholders to become involved in the criminal justice system. For better or worse, we're going to start taking a part in that and making goals. So if you have any questions, let me know. But you'll see this on the agenda again probably next time when we've finalized it. But this is a rough draft of what we're expecting. And
so we're not going to pass it today?
Not today, no.
Okay. Okay.
So, no. That was, we had intended to, but just looking at some of the finer points, we're going to make a couple of changes, and then we'll submit that for your final approval next time. It'll be a lot more brief. You'll say, hey, you remember the last discussion we had about this?
So also for the resolution as well, you bring them both back? Or
Correct. When I get the ordinance in there first, and then we'll have the resolution adopting.
So 8 and 9 will carry to next.
Correct. But here is your notice. One of you is on the hook here, and then we can look forward to this going forward in the county. But like I said, the statute makes it clear what we're trying to accomplish, and I think there'll be a lot of positive coming from this. So let me know if you have any questions.
Mike?
No, you.
I think it's you, Barb.
Is it my turn? Are you sure?
You sure?
I'm fast.
Yes.
Time flies. Do we need to appoint Mike
Sure.
for that, or? Sure.
We've talked a little bit about this in text messages and whatnot, but one of the things that I think that would be important for us to also consider is the state statute allows that less rural counties can come together in this board. We've had some interest expressed from both Beaver and Garfield County. Whether they choose to want to join with us or not is really up to them, and up to all of you whether you want to allow them to do so. But I just ask that you consider that. We have our law enforcement task force, which includes both Beaver and Garfield counties as well. So a lot of the things that we talk about with the 3 counties. So if you just keep that in mind when we make whatever decision we make for the future.
So if we know who among you 3 commissioners would be stepping in, maybe we could have you coordinate with the other commissioners there and see if they have an interest in joining. But that would change also the draft of our resolution and ordinance.
So, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
But a good point. He doesn't.
Yeah.
It does say
we will include that on our list of boards when it comes to fruition.
Yeah.
Will we have a regularly scheduled meeting, or is it to be called as needed? What's the plan?
I guess it would be kind of up to the council to decide how frequent they are. We do have a reporting requirement. By November 30th of each year, we're supposed to submit a report to a state agency.
Okay.
So they probably ought to meet at least once a year.
Yeah, once or twice maybe.
That, yeah.
Maybe that one. Maybe when we approve this, we ought to set a date to meet, so we don't forget about it. That'd be an easy one to forget about.
Yeah. Well, I would think Mike should be on it. If it just has one commission on it, I would think Mike should be on that one just because of his
Sam, how much
And-
flexibility does the
and will
does the
that
ordinance
be-
give on, or does the law give on the makeup of said board?
It's pretty flexible. It said you can include at least these number of people, but you can include other community shareholders, and it gives a list of potential people you can draw from.
So in other words, the commissioners would have some flexibility.
Well, and that's why I asked that question.
Well-
Because if I'm the chair next year and we want Mike to be on there, we need to change the language in this.
Does it say chair?
It says the council shall include one county commissioner. So,
Not the chair.
But it does say
Does it say chair?
Let's see. It says at the top, Iron
It just
County
says
Commission
one
chair,
county
who shall chair the council.
And so, as far as a chair of this newly
That
created council,
new council.
they
So the
would-
commission, whoever the commissioner is, would chair the new council.
correct. So you don't have to be the chair, the chair of our commission to chair this new council. But that's the statute
You'd
went
be
ahead
the
and said
chair.
you're going to be the chair of this new council. So,
gotcha.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Did I sufficiently confuse everyone?
Yeah, pretty good.
We'll figure it out next meeting.
Adjust that verbiage. That's pretty straightforward.
Okay, well, we'll go to 10 then, because you'll bring those back. So, canvass of the June 28, 2022 primary election, and that's John Whitaker.
We appreciate Rose being here. She joined us the other day when in that meeting you were discussing, Commissioner. So in this, oh my goodness, I had turned that up. In this year's primary election, things went fairly smoothly from a technical standpoint. We didn't have many hiccups at all. No problems with the printer this time. Most of the ballots made it to the people on time. We had fairly good turnout, right around 40. Let's see, what was the final percentage? 46. Yeah, total turnout was about 45.5. There are two this was a little bit tricky because there are two different groups. There are all of the Republican voters, and they were at a 49%, so just under 50. We always hope for a little bit higher turnout than that, but and the total was, like you say, 46. And then there were nonpartisan voters who received a ballot only for the school board, the local school board, and only when they were in District 4 and 5 for that. So I don't know if we want to, how far into the weeds we want to go here. We had Mike Lee won in Iron County with 75.42%, or 6,844 votes. Chris Stewart won with 82.5%, or 73.49 votes. Evan Vickers in Republican State Senate 28 won with 75.26%, or 6,780 votes. Mike Blake won for Commission A with 64.22%, or 5,664 votes. Paul Cousins won Commission B with 55.38%, or 4,999 votes. And Mary Formaster was eliminated on School Board 4, and Steve Merrill was eliminated on School Board 5. Fairly good, like I say, fairly good turnout for a primary. We always hope for higher. We did have, probably the most notable thing was just, there is in the community, in the country, a lot of fear over elections, despite the fact that there just hasn't been much evidence of fraud. I spent a lot of time on Election Day visiting with folks who were concerned. There are several folks in our country who are promulgating fraud theories and are quite popular. We've had a few even come to Cedar City. I've spoken with one of the more prominent ones, and most of their theories are easily disproved. A couple that were prominent when I visited with folks were that ballot boxes could be stuffed, and that this was some kind of a security threat. Utah code has been updated to include cameras on those boxes when they're not supervised. All of our boxes are in municipal offices. We were grateful this time to have a box at the Dixie Power office on the corner of Burl Highway and 56, Highway 56, to kind of serve those folks out there. And but if someone were to stuff a bunch of ballots into one of those boxes, a couple of the things that people I would like to remind folks of is there are controls in place before a ballot gets counted. You could put 100,000 ballots in a ballot box, but none of them are going to count unless they meet all the criteria, unless it's a ballot that we sent to the person. We have a code that's specific not just to the voter, but to the voter's ballot. If the voter calls in and say, hey, my dog ate my homework, and we send them a new ballot, we will spoil the first one we sent. And anything that is irregular on that sends up a red flag for us. The style of printing, the paper weight, the style of the envelopes, other security features I'm not even going to mention in public that would flag us that that's not an original proper ballot would go off. And then for that ballot to become part of a batch and to become counted has to go through the process. And people don't believe us, but we seriously check 100% of all the signatures. And if the signature doesn't match, the ballot doesn't count. We give people opportunities to cure that. Sometimes there are diseases inclement to age or memory things that cause a person's signature to change, sometimes an accident or an illness. And we work with folks on that. But we do not have a perfect system, but we have a very robust system. We have done election demonstrations and are happy to do more for people that want to come in, and we'll walk them through the process. Around the country and in Utah, many election officials are hanging it up. It's a contact sport right now. I'm running again. I'll be on the ballot in November. I'm unopposed so far. But I had to think hard before I ran again. And ultimately, it came down to me feeling like I had to fulfill the oath that I made to the Constitution, to defend the process, to defend democracy. And unfortunately, it's now against folks that are perhaps well-intentioned, but possibly doing damage to our government. And I say that not lightly. It is very easy to cast aspersions. It is very difficult to defend those. We do our best. I have such amazing deputies and poll workers. I'm so grateful for the courage that they have and the very long days that they put in. And they deserve better. We had one gentleman threaten one of our workers with a knife last year. There was a bomb threat in Box Elder County. These are not isolated incidents. There are people who have feared for their lives. And I would encourage the citizens to learn. Come and find out about elections. Come and learn about the process. Learn about the securities and the controls that are in place. And learn about these dedicated people that do an amazing job. I had opportunity last year to be the president of our Clerk and Auditor Association for the Utah Association of Counties, and I stood before that group last year and I said, "You guys are my heroes. It is incredible the work that they do." and it is a vital part of our democracy. This isn't my favorite part of the job, frankly, but this is an important one. And my report on the election got out of hand. So anyway, that's my report on the primary. Any questions on the process, on the election, on the turnouts, on security issues, some of the things from the other day?
How many people came and watched those?
Zero.
That needs to be.
Yeah, and I think to Paul's point, we can advertise a lot better.
Like we need to do a better job advertising.
Yeah, I mean, we meet the legal requirements, but if Rose can't find it, then Rose isn't going to be here.
Yeah.
You know.
Yep.
Got a comment.
Oh, come on. Sorry, John. Come up and speak to the microphone, please.
Just want to make a note, Rose Clement. I was even at the previous meeting, the Iron County Commission, because I'm trying to get involved and I watch them online to make sure what's going on. And if there's things like this that we need to be available, I didn't see it on the agenda and I didn't hear it presented that day. So where's the visibility? Where's the notification? It's kind of frustrating because we are not getting this information out. That's probably important.
Yeah.
So.
I actually want to speak to that a little bit. So I think there's the aspect of it. And also, there was a time when you could reasonably find it in the newspaper, and nobody uses the newspaper. In fact, just this year, many of the notices that we're required to make the newspaper requirement has been dropped. So now we live in this space where you have the online part and our website and the public notice portal. And there are those that have found that portal, and it's remarkable because you can find out about everybody in the state of Utah, but it's a weird website, pmn.utah.gov. And so, yeah, public. I don't even know. I don't know what it stands. Public meeting notice, maybe. Yeah, I don't know.
So I went to the Iron County site for the public notices, and I didn't see it.
Yeah, and I think too, Justin does a great job maintaining our site, and maybe what we can do is be able to bring those closer to the front, because that was about 5 layers deep there to find that notice. So
I would say put them on Facebook too, like we talked about the other notices. Right. That'd be awesome.
We've had different iterations over the years of our Facebook page, and there's been weird control issues, and I may just start my own page without permission. I'll ask for forgiveness, not permission. Sorry, Rose, were you done?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? There's something about standing right here. I'm getting cotton mouth.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We appreciate John and his staff. They do a great job. Okay, we will go to 11. Discussion and possible approval of a letter supporting the selection of Mindy Benson as president of Southern Utah University.
You have that, Marilyn?
I've got it right here.
It's right there. Okay. Do you guys want to talk about it a little bit? All I say is that's a great letter, and I would be.
So before you move on, and I didn't pay attention.
Oh.
We need a vote on that.
Oh, on the canvas.
On the canvas.
Oh, sorry. Let's have a motion then.
I think it's yours, Mike.
Is it? So I would move for approval of the canvass of the June 28th, 2022 primary election in Iron County.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Motion carries, and we'll go visit a little bit about. I think there's a way that you can stand up and tell that, right?
So
on the
a couple of things.
Okay.
Here, let me look at that, and I'll tell you for sure.
I think Paul and I are going to be out of town. So you're going to have to carry the torch for us.
I'll be there. I'll be out of town Wednesday night, but I'm not leaving until Wednesday night. So this is Wednesday the 13th, this coming Wednesday, from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. So the selection committee, what's happened, there's multiple layers. We're down to the final layer in the process, which is, I can't remember their name.
There's 3.
The state, there's the State Board of Education, but I don't know if that's what they're still called. But
some type of a.
But that's who makes.
Board that's
who makes the final
selection
decision.
Committee.
It's the State Board of, but I think they changed their
The state regions?
Okay.
Is it the regions?
Oh no, well, it was the Board of Regents now, but they've changed their
Something
name
else.
from the Regents to something
It's hard to
else.
keep up with.
To what their
all
name
their
is.
stuff.
With that being said, the selection for a permanent Southern Utah University president has come down to 3 candidates, and I can't remember the other two's names. Mindy Benson, who's the current interim president of Southern Utah University, has a long history with Southern Utah University. She's worked her way up from the ranks as an alumni through everything else up to a vice president position and was named as the interim president. There's another candidate I want to say from the Arkansas area and another one from
Chicago.
I want to say Chicago and Pennsylvania.
The woman's from Chicago and the man is from, I don't know where, back east somewhere.
Yes. Anyway.
That, but I can't remember.
You know, she has our local interests at heart that we all feel really strongly that it should be Mindy.
There you go. Look at
There
John's.
they are. Look at him.
Technology.
Just 2 minutes. My history with Mindy goes back to when we were 5 years old. We were nap partners and graham cracker partners in Mrs. Radmull's kindergarten class at North Elementary. And you know, back in the day, every time you went to lunch or you went on a field trip or whatever, you had to hold hands you had to have a partner. So I guess you didn't wander out on the road. I guess because Mindy and my names, Blake and Benson are right close together, and we were always together on the roll. We were
to hold hands.
Mindy and I have napped, held hands, eaten graham crackers together since we were 5 years old. Many times when we're at different meetings and they play the 2 truths and a lie or whatever, the icebreaker at the meeting, Mindy's is a lot of times is I was Commissioner Blake's nap partner, and nobody ever gets that, but it's
sounds kind of bad.
I can say in my life since I was 5 years old, that friendship, an association with Mindy Benson has almost been constant. There hasn't been a whole lot of times in our lives that we've fallen out of communication. She truly has the best interest of not only the university but our community at heart. And just to give a couple of great examples of that, since she has been the interim president, the day that she was named the interim president, or the day that the floods hit, and the first wave of flooding hit Southern Utah University and Southern Utah University students. When I got involved in the emergency management end of that within the first 10 minutes with George Colson, my first call was to the Cedar City mayor. My second call was to Mindy Benson. And we, from that moment on throughout the next 21 days of flooding, we were in constant contact multiple times a day. We coordinated the Red Cross effort. We coordinated response from SUU football players, Alumni Association, basically every aspect of Southern Utah University staff and students were involved in that response. And much of that end of it was coordinated with President Benson. She was a rock star through that. Prior to the flooding, we had COVID. She and I established the Iron County COVID response. I can't remember what we called ourselves, the Iron County COVID Task Force. She helped facilitate places for all of those meetings on campus, as well as everything that went along with COVID. We had over 50 members of that task force that sometimes met twice a week, depending on what the response was. The goal of that was to provide good information from all of our community partners up through the ranks of our state and federal government to keep our area open, to keep keep Iron County intact, both with our health and with our economy and everything else. And she was a huge part of that response. We still coordinate all the time, whether that's in economic development, whether that's in emergency management. She is just a great partner as far as integrating the needs of the university, as well as the integration, as well as the needs of our community. And she has being born and raised here, literally across the street from campus, and being involved in the campus her entire life, she absolutely understands our community and every facet of our community and the university. This is her home. She has never tried to leave Southern Utah University or use Southern Utah University as a stepping stone for another institution. I can confidently say, she's here to stay and to continue to lead the university, in a great manner. It's been really interesting to me since, in I guess the last year. I'm approached all the time, as I'm sure you guys are, as commissioners and other elected officials in the county. People say, okay, what do we do to keep Mindy? They're like, do you have any influence here? I'm like, you know what? I'm going to have all the influence I can, whatever that is. But I have people approach me all the time, people in the grocery store that I barely know, to realtors, to professionals in business and business owners and bankers. And just every facet of the community has come up to me at some point and they're like, hey, we got to keep Mindy. And so in the last go around of the selection, I collected, I don't even know how many letters I collected, but all of these people, I started saying, okay, give me a letter, write me a letter, and we got dozens of letters, and we were able to forward that on to to the last selection committee. We've been doing the same thing for this upcoming committee. I've compiled a whole bunch of letters to go on to the Board of Education. I think this is a great addition to that. And I get fairly passionate talking about Mindy, because not only, there's not a more genuine person with the genuine concerns of the community.
Yeah, I
out
believe
there.
that too.
She rocks. I tell her that all the time. Like, you rock. I'll just leave it at that. I'm 1,000,000% in support of this. That's my soapbox.
We wondered if, so I know I'm going to be out of town. I think Paul is also.
I've got my 5 county meetings that day.
You're planning on going and speaking.
Yes.
Could you read the letter and tell them that that's from all of us?
Absolutely.
And I think that'd be really effective for.
Well, I'd like to add to what Mike said. I haven't worked with Mindy as much as Mike has, but I did work with her when I was called to be the physical facilities coordinator for the LDS Temple Open House. And I worked with Mindy in that capacity, and she was amazing. Just really was. She's an intelligent woman. She's kind. She's humble. I just jotted down some qualities. She's well-spoken. She's organized. She understands her heritage in southern Utah. And like Mike said, it has not been, nor I don't think it will be, a stepping stone to future endeavors with her career. This is home for her. And I asked John last Friday if he'd write a letter, and I appreciate him writing that. And I think it's, I figured all of us would be on board, so, as you've expressed well, Mike. So.
Yeah, absolutely.
I went to graduation and she spoke, of course, as the president, and it was phenomenal. She is just so amazing and just such a great representation of our community. I just hope so badly that she's able to be picked.
Well, I graduated Southern Utah University last semester. after 30 years. Don't do it. Stay in school, kids. But over the last 2 or 3 years, I would have given up, with just our busy lives. There is no way I had time to go back to school, and it was Mindy's constant, I'm going to say, badgering. I had more support from her as a friend as well as a president of a university. She stayed on me and made sure that I graduated. And
That's cool.
I mean, she didn't have to do that. There was a lot of 11 o'clock at night. Hey, this is the first chance I've had to tell you to get your freaking homework done. Text that I would get. I mean, just things like that. I wouldn't have graduated Southern Utah University without her and the other people. But even though we're friends, I mean, she didn't have to take the time to make sure that I was able to meet that goal. I really appreciate her.
I'm one math class away from doing what you did, Mike. So I don't know if she could help.
I
me
was. You know what?
My problem is computers did my math for the last 40 years.
I had stats.
I don't know how to do math anymore.
I had to take stats 3 times.
Oh.
And I barely pulled it out.
And Mary did the homework with the kids all through the years, and that was a mistake.
Yeah, no, I was in the same boat.
Not that she didn't do a good job, just I didn't refresh.
To get me through that last math class was Herculean.
Well, let's have a motion.
Okay. You know what? I'm going to make this motion, whether it's my turn or not. But I would move for approval of this letter supporting the selection of Mindy Benson as president of Southern Utah University.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Motion carries, and
I'm gonna write my name on it first too.
Let's get that written, and then we will have you take it to.
Yeah, I would be stoked to take it.
Everybody needs to sign as well.
I think we will.
Need to sign that too.
Okay.
Awesome. Distributed. I'll get you a copy, Mike.
Awesome.
I think we're gonna go to personnel because we've got our closed session. So, Jennifer.
Hello.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wow.
Oh, fancy.
Would you look at that?
Ooh, let's see.
A 5-year pin.
5-year pin.
Oh.
All right. Thank you so much.
That's cool.
It's definitely too big to be a tie pin, but make a belt buckle out of it or something. All right. So Avery Shumway was selected from the most recent competitive recruiting and selection process to backfill the vacant full-time Deputy 1 position effective 7/10/2022, and we are so excited to get him from the prison. So he comes with really good experience. Kyle Barrett has expressed interest to come back as a part-time Deputy 1 effective 7/10/2021, and he will just be covering some of our overtime shifts. Sam Smith has completed all requirements for promotion from a full-time Deputy 1 to a full-time Deputy 2. With this promotion, his pay increase will be adjusted accordingly as well. Dave McIntyre has completed all requirements for promotion from a full-time Deputy 1 to a full-time Deputy 2. With his promotion, he'll also be paid accordingly, adjusted. And I guess I should have expressed where they were from. So the first couple were from corrections, and then Dave McIntyre from patrol for both the sheriff's office. And then Aaron Johnson was selected from the most recent competitive recruiting and selection process for promotion from a full-time Deputy Recorder Ownership Specialist to a full-time Cadastral Mapper. And that will be effective yesterday, 7/10/2022. And then next on the agenda is just some cleanup and some additions to our policies, all of which, except for maybe one thing, is something that we've already done forever. We just haven't put them into policy, so it was kind of good to get them cleaned up and put where they need to be. So in section 21, we're just changing the dates on top and as well as the names. And then the second page, it's just adding the verbiage for the URS. They increased their Tier 2 public safety contribute to 2.59%. It used to be 2.27, so it's an increase of 0.32%. So that was just kind of a cleanup on that end. Section 22, annual leave. We just added the verbiage that if you are on leave without pay status, you will not accrue annual or sick leave until you return to a full pay status. And we just wanted to make sure that that was in there, even though we do already honor that. And I believe that's all on that page. Let me look. Yep, that's all for 22. Then section 27 for military leave, we also added that verbiage in the very back part of it, just so they know that if they're on leave without pay, they don't accrue any of either sick or vacation hours. And then we also have some requirements for URS for when they go on a leave without pay or even any kind of leave status, that they submit a written notification of their service. And I know that's kind of some tricky area because they could verbally tell us, but with URS, they require us to have papers. So that is why. And then on section 29, we also added the verbiage on the leave without pay status, as well as in the very back, the bereavement leave, funeral leave. We added the section to incorporate House Bill 449, which was on the last legislative calendar, which kind of adopted a policy for bereavement leave for 3 days for anyone that has suffered a miscarriage. So that has been added. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer those.
Is that a motion?
Well, have a motion.
I will move to approve under personnel A, B, and C as described by Jennifer Bradbury.
Second.
Director. And then also, can I add also as well the D, the policy revisions as described as well?
Second again.
Okay, moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you so much.
Okay, very good. Okay, yeah, yeah.
I read it.
Okay. 12, discussion regarding the purchase, exchange, or lease of real property. Note this part of the meeting may be closed for Utah Code annotated UCA 52-4-205D section. And we will go into a closed session.
You ready, John?
Justin?
Yeah.
Help me not to screw this up, please.
No, you're good. It's all.
Well,
Yes. Okay.
I was trying to hurry.
Write her up, Jennifer.
Write her up.
Write her up.
Have it.
A motion. Well, we don't. They do.
Are you ready for that motion?
Yeah.
Not in charge.
I didn't know what.
We'll take a
I didn't know what if we're waiting on John. I would move to go into closed session discussion regarding the purchase, exchange, or lease of real property. Move that this set partial portion of the meeting be closed session per Utah Code annotated 52-4-205D.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Oh.
Okay, there you go.
Okay, we're back out of the closed session, and we just need to adjourn from that closed session, and then adjourn the commission meeting.
Sure.
And we have to excuse Paul. He had a phone call that he had to take.